go ahead and fucking crack this now. Let's really get to the fucking point that why bother? You know, I'll communicate off fucking line. You know, Joe Curl and Joe Doley of tactical-wisdom.com. I just got finished reading through a lot of his latest things. We all exchanged phone numbers, which we shared on Twitter before I got fucking banished from there. Or hell, suspended. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It was supposed to be for 12 hours, which means I should be back online now. But somehow I'm still fucking suspended. What the fuck? What the fuck, Twitter? Fuck, DrewBay.com. I'll have to email him. He sent me his number. The way I got it, the way I did that was I sent him the show number. But yeah, this shit is it's getting fucking ridiculous. It really fucking is. Hang on, I was supposed to pull this up earlier on the other device. No good. The internet's working on the other device now. Jesus Christ, the internet paid for 8 gigs of this shit. Damn it. Well, you know what? I decided to make, hand grenades out of lemons. And so I decided to finish a 15-minute philosophy. Actually, not finished, but kind of post one. And in case you're new to this program, I've talked about, what do you call it? Retardism. We'll be talking about that in a moment. We also talked about the 95%. That's what this is titled. 15-minute philosophy, the 95%. I usually do these as standalone posts, both written and, recorded like I'm doing now. I figured I'd go ahead and put using a timeout. That's not what I want to do. Show needs more radios. There we go. Not trains anymore, apparently, but radios. That's Nick Schulander, by the way. NickSchulander.com. Need any marketing and you want the marketing to actually be done right online? As a hint, most people don't go to your local penny saver or other newspapers to do marketing anymore. Go to NickSchulander.com. I decided to go ahead and talk about or write out that particular subject. What I have here now is the rough draft. And so for you guys who maybe you've heard of this installment, maybe you haven't. I know I linked to quite a few of them. 15-minute philosophy thread, 15-minute philosophy tough guy, 15-minute philosophy martial art, 15-minute philosophy whatever the fuck it is. You get the point. And oftentimes, if you just read it and you don't listen to the actual recording, a lot of times you get a lot of you got a lot of bonus content. I get the feeling tonight is going to be no different, but in a different kind of way since I'm broadcasting on YouTube. So let's go ahead. Let's begin. 15-minute philosophy, the 95%. Strike me down and I'll become more powerful than you can ever imagine. That was said by a great man named Ben Kenobi. Well, it's about that time. The silencing and banishing season is upon us in less than 2 months until WABA season kicks off. My Twitter account gets the silent treatment for the next 12 hours. Well, apparently it's longer than that. Oh. Just like the first account before I got banished permanently without the possibility of parole. At the goddamn bacon if you want to see for yourself. The reason I think this happened specifically, the MAG assholes apparently weren't as couth as I thought and took yet another page out of their leftist buddies' books. I mean, well, I'll edit that later. And report the above comment, of which you be the judge, dear reader / listener, and point out where I said I wished any harm to be done, only that it needed to happen. Let's pull that up real quick. Hang on. Screenshots. There you go. We temporarily limit some of your account features. Number 1 rule. Violating our rules against abuse and harassment. You may not engage in the targeted harassment of someone or incite other people to do so. This includes wishing or hoping that someone experiences physical harm. Now, here's the comment. I had a few people tagged, including some of the MAG assholes. Here was my comment. Remember, this is our team. See what I said? See why I said 95% of the population is fucktarded and need to be wiped out now? That's the fucking comment. That's what I said. I didn't do a call to action to anybody. I didn't say anybody should do anything. I just said it should. This is why it should happen. In case anybody's fucking wondering. And I have the I have this caption for whatever I'm gonna put up here. Nuance is hard, because apparently it is. Not to be outdone, but Drew Bay Bay.com, BAYE.com. And earlier, when all hell broke loose, Doc of SafetyPhD.com got their accounts locked. Drew's a strength trainer, and Doc is... What the fuck did I put here? Oh, Doc is at his site suggests is a safety specialist. So of all people you will think they'll be safe, guess not. If you take nothing else aside from vetting your teams against the following, get in contact with them offline from these platforms, as several other members of Team Let 'em Burn have done with me recently. Also, as I will be doing, make backup accounts. As I said, exactly what happened the last time, and I expect it to be no different. Means shit, I'm gonna have to make a new avatar again. But let's take this forced time out and make good of it. I made the point, as you can see in the caption, of the 95% being the main cause of the clusterfuck we call reality and anarchy, apparently, these days, and the gruesome yet necessary solution to the problem. So what is the 95%? In short, politically, that's almost everyone, as the term implies. You have your leftists that amounts to about 50%. For the Democrats, Marxists, socialists, commies, and every other flavor of rape and murder, of which, since they're the glowing definition of retardus, they believe the opposite and will call you the same. The other harder pill to swallow is that the other 45% of those on the quote-unquote right, your quote-unquote veterans. I want to start seeing some DD-214s. Let's just put it that way. Your citizens, your patriots. Type that last word in my search bar. Before that's somehow banished. To see what true ugliness I managed to dig up from quote-unquote our team. They're just as much retarded as those as the left they quote-unquote oppose. They only say the right things. For follows no fucking less. Touch on that. People have used my low amount of follows as an attack on me. Does that mean you fucking retards doing so worship Taylor Swift and Kim Kardashian? Or to take a Christian quote-unquote example, Joel Osteen. Because those don't seem like very moral and intellectual figures to follow. Yet most of the 95% seem to follow them. Here's one for you, Nick. What is this quality over quantity you speak of? I guess at this point we should define what retardism is, given I've been throwing that term around for a while now. Luckily, I already got ahead of myself and wrote about it in an old This Week in Philosophy post, edition 2 specifically. So here it is, and I'll do my best to fix the pictures and their captions to make more sense. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. Part 1. Defining retardism. Quote, the weak follow religions they were indoctrinated into, believing they have no master. It's been over a year since I wrote the Veganism as a Religion article. Some people found it eye-opening, or at least interesting. Others, you can guess who, absolutely hated it, if they read it at all. Suffice it to say, at the least, it is held true, if not prophetic. Far from just being content not eating actual food and subsisting on what food eats while doing no harm, quote unquote. They have an inherent emotional drive to prosecute the quote unquote non-believers, sinners of their worldview, despite all contrary evidence, and while believing they follow no doctrine. However, it goes deeper than that. Almost inexorably, vegans also fall in line with environmentalism, climate change activists, feminism, gun control, body positive, and other varying socialist cult movements. I'm going to throw wear a mask in there, by the way. All of which degrade the quality of human life, and to a degree all life, though they believe the opposite to be true. Why is this the case? It is the brain virus I coined the term for about 3 months after writing that article, realizing that veganism was merely a symptom of the problem, not the cause. The cause is retardism. Retardism has many roots: genetic, epigenetic, cultural, etc. Ultimately, it is anti-progress, anti-human, anti-life as we know it. It is the equilibrium to sentient and societal accomplishment, the equal and opposing action to the advancement of humanity. It is no mistake that the worst solutions, if they have one at all, are promoted as the best, and the best are demonized as the worst. In the case of veganism, the worst diet outside of the modern American diet, and I'm going to make this point as well. Hell, at least the American fucking diet, as bad as it is, you can fucking enjoy it. Hell, that includes fucking McDonald's. That includes Jack in the Box. That includes Wendy's. That includes, Dick's Burgers up here. At least it's fucking tasty. It's portrayed as the healthiest. What's more, it attaches morality to the movement, giving them license to go after those that don't subscribe, all the while saying they're doing the least harm and saying that all life is precious. Again, I go into this in the article, but look at what the cover chick will post at as well. Is holding aside from your attention. Nat Rose is indeed alive, and likely wanted to continue living, yet was cut for cosmetic reasons. Our cultists like Jeff Bellamar, that's somebody I ended up in an argument with on Instagram. By the way, I'm so shocked that hasn't been permanently banned. Going to come after her for that? No, and the reason is because humans cannot sustain themselves on red roses like they can on red meat. They will, however, shame you for enjoying a steak dinner, protest outside of farms that feed quote-unquote precious lives, and even celebrate the death of those that dare question them. Ask me how I know. That wasn't in the article. However, though there may be agents of destruction, they are not the reason behind the movement. They are merely pawns in the mover's hands, NPCs to the puppet master, ahead of the Hydra, fueled by the heart of it. As always, I like to have an actionable solution. What can be done with them? Recognize they are merely a flavor of retardism and the opposite of truth, and treat their convictions as such, Even better, should you choose to engage them at all. By the way, Rob, Bull Rush, all you guys tell me, pick my battles. I've been saying that for a long time. I ain't gonna do this because I get something out of it. Understand that reason and evidence will be ineffective in changing their minds, given they were never reasoned into their mindset to begin with. Instead, and far more effective, is mockery and ridicule. It still won't change their minds, but at best it'll give them pause. And at worst, it will get under their skin. And since they make the world a worse place to live in, why the hell not? That was part of a post published on November 4th, 2019, well after the last one was written out on a bike ride a couple of days after the Halloween that emptied the last mile of humanity. Either ask me, find it yourself, or wait till the next Halloween to find out. Don't worry, that post is coming too. But this is not a new concept to me even then. Before that, I simply labeled them the stupid for at least 4 years before realizing stupid can be fixed. And I needed an actual term that defined the problem better. By the way, in case you were unaware, here's the definition of retard, ripped straight from Merriam-Webster. Retard's a verb. Shows how you pronounce it. I just pronounced it. Retarded, retarding, retards. I think those are connected words to it. Definition of retard, entry 1 of 2. Transitive verb. I don't know what transitive is, but I'm going to guess just labeling. To delay or impede the development or progress of. To slow up, especially by preventing or hindering advance or accomplishment. That's 1. Chemicals are retard the spread of fire. Intransitive verb. To become delayed, to undergo retardation. Retard now, retard. That's something else. Definition of retard, entry 2 of 2. 1, retard. A holding back of slowing down. Retardation. Sound familiar? Oh, Jesus. Number 2, retard, offensive. A person affected with mental retardation. Okay, now we're going back to what most people think retardism is. And then I have the web link for that on here. It'll be on there in case you want to look that up. And I think I have a set for synonyms as well, so you can compare the word to other things. How does that apply here? Think of transportation, a bicycle to make it simple. The idea of transportation is to get from point A to point B as fast, efficient, and intact as possible. To do that, you need motion, mainly acceleration and sustained velocity to do so. The opposite of that, as stated above, will be to retard acceleration or velocity, i.e., your brakes. Obviously, when applied, this is a good thing. And as an aside, one reason I don't just slam women for being women, I know it's kind of an aside, but that's why I said it. They often err on the side of caution by nature and put the brakes on anything potentially risky. And that's a good thing when checked. But when applied all the time, good luck getting fucking anywhere. I'll set a catch from the camera with, why won't this door fucking open? Or why won't this fucking door open? I got an idea of what picture I'm going to put there. As stated above, that's what you see not just in politics, but anything not directly bolted down to reality. Language, unlike its intended purpose to describe the real world, is instead used to distort and, quote-unquote, manipulate it. And given all politics is in language, the usual suspects and the ones listed above, talking and posturing and redefinitions and the projections and even threats can go on without impunity until you make it real. This is one such example. Part 2, arguing with retardists. All right, I got 10 minutes to fucking wrap this up. I think that'll be enough. Quote, explanations are an avenue for attack. Or as Roger Stone said, always attack, never defend. For that specific reason. A while back, I wrote an article about dealing with nitpickers, which highlighted different ways that humans oppose your actions, or that oppose your actions, or ideals to try to stop you, and different ways you could deal with them if you choose to entertain their feedback in the first place. An expansion pack will be written, since there are other tactics that aren't in the first one. The larger point I'm making here, though, is for the average person not to bother with them in the first place because they're merely a waste of your time. Today's example highlighted my point perfectly is the easily predictable at Jeff Bellamar with two L's, which you can follow along with by swiping to the right. As you can see, Jeff went for the easy target that laid out in the Veganism is a Religion article. I'm glad I fucking described this. Going after my name and going about the myth of bacon causing cancer instead of addressing any of the points in the post he was tagged in. Sorry, you can tell an intellectual conversation is off the table. Though luckily in my case, I have quite the can of work in the field. So all I had to do to refute this is link to my own article, complete with citations. In case you're wondering, bacon does not cause cancer. Just saying. Neither do any other processed meats. Did he address or counter with any facts of his own, or disprove anything in the article? Hell, if I know whether he bothered to even skim it, because he went right to another myth in the form of another attack, talking about doctors not recommending bacon because heart attacks. At this point, it should be obvious. There's no point really engaging with her anymore. I'm mislabeling her. Unless they're willing to put skin in the game. So now I tell Zer, as such, I linked to Combat Martial Arts article, which Bull Rush read. Etsy.com/Lazarus Razors, by the way. Get a razor from him. Giving them the playbook both of us were using. Actually making his job easier. Again, no reference in it in response. But the fact I charged anything, sure guys, since that's where I started saying, that'd be $20, PayPal, Venmo. That's what I said. Sure got his attention, though at best he misunderstood who I was charging and asked if my 250 followers pay for his service. I'm a little bit over that now. Services, which also is a dig at my low numbers that implies he prefers quantity over quality, much like his diet. What's more, he also throws an attack at the lovely ladies posted at this page, so we can assume he's sexist on top of being vegan. It's at this point, I give him a quote of $20 for, there you go, $20 that thoroughly answers questions, which is really below market prices, while also pointing out his tactic of switching topics after being proven wrong. There, I put topic instead of topics. A slave to form, Jeff continues to press on, asking the same question again, this time raising my follower numbers 260. So clearly he wants to emphasize that point. All I did was raise my price for being a pain in the ass, which he provided about donating to the Special Olympics, prompted me to cite an excerpt about projection and raising my price against. In a sense, shut him up. The point I'm making is that this human is but a zombie. All attack against anything not vegan, no intellectual honesty available for comment. The only reason I even engage with humans like this are for sport. And to highlight as examples so you can see how these things operate, there's a reason Yef is so predictable to me. As you can see the other picks, these cultists have no desire to negotiate or even find humor. They exist only to convert and destroy that which gives actual people happiness, like Rajon does a lot, let alone health. The only thing you will do trying to explain anything to them will only serve to give them something else to attack and defame. In their eyes, unless you fall in line completely, you will always be wrong and evil, and even then, they'll find something else to demonize you for. There is no reasoning with these beings, so unless you have nothing better to do, don't bother. They weren't going to listen anyway, let alone interpret it coherently. And seriously, don't you have something better to do with your time? So that was something I wrote a while back. That was in this week's philosophy. It was right after the retards post. So that's one way of dealing with these retards. Well, larger point being the one I've been pointing out for seemingly forever now. If language had consequences attached, most humans would shut the fuck up. Other such ways, another reason my Twitter account got silenced. Remember who Quinn Wright is? Neither does anyone else. But he went with the guerrilla warfare meme I later found out was an actual official meme thanks to Mick Tubis, at McTubis, meaning not only did this supposed comedian not even come up with his own material like this, not a comedian does on a regular, but I've been waiting for all this time for SEAL Team 6 to come kick in my front door down in vain. Care to guess what I did in particular with that particular character to silence him? Are we back? What the fuck just happened? What was the all right, there we go. 25 minutes. Okay. That might be some weird fucking thing. I can't wait to fucking shoot this device in the face. Jesus fucking Christ. Care to guess what I did with that particular character to silence him? The same thing every fighting tournament does is CYA. That's called a release the liability waiver. No drill, they ain't coming for the Salt Lake beatdown, which the Village by the Lake can more can be found at masculinegeek.life. Sign up today. Ultimately, as the cover pick implies, you're muted, you fucking. I'm back on. Thanks. Oh, Jesus. Hang on a second. Forgot to put this out there. Oh, never mind. I don't know what the fuck Bull Rush does this time here. Oh. There we go. I'm almost done reading this. Rage on, we know we're playing video games. Thanks. But ultimately, as the cover pick implies, the solution is that for humanity to become great again is to remove retardism from it. Do not underestimate it, or it is down to the genetic level. You can see it in IQ as an example. Someone can be born a legit genius. Ask me how I know. And his C will go back down to the average. Even more damning, that's how a lot of politics are passed along epigenetically, if not hardwired genetically. Found that out the hard way with my full-breed brother. I got some writing to do there. My full-breed brother that I've known for his entire life, actually even before that, and grew up with, went full Black Lives Matter on me and broke out all the fun Oreo names. Coon, Uncle Tom, you name it. He did not have any real political inklings until his late teens. And what sparked it off was my mom's now husband asking what my politics were. Don't ask me why that came up because I don't even know. Me responding with the point made in the Patriot article, not taking any sides of this shit show. I see somebody's in the chat. Give me a minute. Understand what you're dealing with now. I got disowned by my own flesh and blood because I didn't goose step in line with the black culture narrative. The result being him leaving the house in fucking tears. The only reason I believe this isn't in an actual fist fight was because he was once a student in my combat martial arts school. So he knew firsthand just how poorly that would end on his part. See my point about bringing consequences to language for more. When I say the 95% need to be brutally and painfully wiped from existence, it is not in jest. I am as serious as death by terminally acute lead poisoning. Learning via reason as an evidence in reality has been in the cards as far as civilization for a long time now. And hopefully the example of the last few months has shown you this on just about every side now. So logically, what does that leave? Quote from Stefan Molyneux. Those that cannot learn from reason and evidence will learn from painful and brutal experience. Violence, the final lesson I want to leave here. With those that have experienced combat will know firsthand. Your first line of defense is your voice. Stop, I can hear you just fine from there. Is a line we gave in class to arrest an approaching possible threat. Obviously, if he/she were to not stop upon that command, you were authorized to strike preemptively. Clearly, they have more in mind than just talking or selling you their words or works. That should be. And you don't wait for them to move first because you cannot confirm you will survive their first move. I am speaking in broader terms in this piece, but look at what's going on now. Look at the cancer that has spread out of what was the smallest government and populace ever existed. Look at who's marching in the streets and what they're calling for. Death to America. Violence in the streets. Burn this motherfucker down. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. The best way to make fools suffer is to give them what they ask for. You really want violence? The end of capitalism and voluntary transactions, what have you? For those who can't even learn from the present, a la Africa and the Middle East, let alone the past, a la Rome and others, what do you think will happen? Shatim let them burn, and the rest of the 5% starts to move. There's another caption, but I'll save that. I'll save that for the actual post. Hello, Nick.
What's up?
Welcome to 15-Minute Philosophy Live Edition.
All right, cool. I'm about to go mobile, by the way. I might need you to pull up where the space station is.
Oh boy.
Give
me a second.
This is my obsession for the past few nights. I'm gonna make this work. God damn it! Got all my radio. Got my giant unit on the top. I'm heading out. Gonna make this work.
I don't know why this isn't coming over the fucking speaker, but okay.
All right. Hang on. All right. It's going. I'm heading out. I'm going mobile. Send this one backstage. I'm gonna join from my phone in a sec.
I mean, there, are we fucking connected now? Jesus. Reset this thing 100 million fucking times. Like every fucking time. What the fuck? Are we done? Are we done fucking around? Whatever. It's a fucking broadcasting. I don't know where I guess Nick went outside. Now he's back. All right, there you go.
I'm mobile. Hang on.
So the setup I had, literally Hitler the last fucking time is not working now. Why? Because reasons.
There. Better? Dude, can you hear me? You're muted. Anyway, what's up, guys? I am going to try to contact the ISS on my radio. Tried for the past few days. I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to go on the top of a hill. Ugh. Bacon, you're still muted, by the way. Bacon, you're still muted. All right, that ought to be high enough. Bacon, do whatever you were doing before. All right. Got my first radio. Will help me.
Frequency mode.
There we go. My second one that I'm hooking up to a directional antenna to hopefully do a little bit of a better job at catching the space station.
Oh.
All right. Bacon, I
the
can
fuck?
hear you again. Well, I could just a second ago. Getting set up.
I got a lot of fucking killing to do. I've got a lot of fucking killing to do. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, all right, cool. Do it after I contact the ISS.
Fuck.
All right, dude, I need you to
Shit.
pull up where the ISS is. Tell me where it is.
Sorry, I got bigger fucking issues. I might just end this fucking stream.
God damn it.
Now it's not connected to this. What the fuck?
Well, whatever you're doing, I can hear you. What's it not? What are you trying to connect?
I'm trying to connect to something that's fucking not broadcasting off the same fucking device. Why am I on this? I don't fucking know why! You fucking piece of shit.
Frequency mode.
All right.
07 Delta Bravo, over.
Shit, I got it.
There it goes. Now it's going
Listen.
fucking work.
QRZ, Kilo 7
Son of a
Delta
bitch.
Bravo, over. Charlie November 87.
All right, here we go.
Charlie November 87 station from Kilo 7 Delta. Channel mode.
Here we go.
Frequency mode.
Got high power. Got a note to write down people's call signs. All right, let's go.
Finally
All right,
fucking
this
ready.
is
Go ahead.
Kilo Julia 7, Papa Zulu Hotel, just doing a radio check, trying to reach the new ISS repeater. Am I making it? How am I coming in? Fuck it. Hang on. Try this again. Full. I'm pulling out all the stops here. Bear with me, everybody. Go to my Nagoya. Fuck. All right, let's try this again.
Frequency mode.
High power. Let's go.
Let me get a fucking shot.
This is
Jesus
Kilo
Christ,
Julia
fucking
7,
useful.
Papa Zulu Hotel, just doing a radio check. Am I making it? How am I coming in? God damn it. KJ7
No, that's
PZH looking for a radio check.
That shit's fucking done. Let's see. I still have the live space station thing pulled up. Why
Right,
this
how's it-
fucking the same fucking setup? Exact same setup. Still doesn't fucking work. You gotta be shitting me.
So it's not pulling anything up?
I'm fine now.
All right, where is
Alright,
it?
I think I'm looking at it. You got like another minute or so if I'm looking at this correctly.
All right. Kilo Julia 7, Papa Zulu Hotel looking for a radio check.
I'm gonna do the make this. You do that.
One more time.
Or this You may have seen this on Instagram. Instagram at thegoddamnbacon.com. That's as long as I'm still fucking allowed to actually be on any kind of social media. By the way, again, get in contact
Frequency mode.
with your fucking teams.
Frequency mode.
All right, is it out of range yet?
Damn near it.
All right, I'll point it to the east. KJ7 PZH looking for a radio check. KJ7 PZH looking for a radio check.
Is there another way you can open that? Like, is there a way you can say something else, or is that just kind of like you have to say it like that?
No, I can say pretty much anything. Hang on. Let me try this.
Frequency mode.
KJ7 PZH looking for a radio check. It's just the standard way to do it that I normally like to do.
All right. I was just curious. So. I might have to do something with these shows. Jesus.
Channel.
You got about 10 more seconds before it moves out of your range.
Scanning begin.
Are you looking at the green circle?
Yep.
All right.
4, 3,
How do you pump
7,
together so well?
0.
KJ7 PZH looking for a radio check. How am I coming in? Fuck!
About as well as my fucking show, apparently.
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's out of range now.
It's not out of range. My radio just can't receive it.
Oh, has that been the problem this whole fucking time?
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is strong smelling coffee. I'll tell you what I'm doing in a moment. Hang on, after the show is over, I can show you later. Wow, that is fucking dark and thick. Oh my.
Is that what she said?
Funny comment I remember. I asked my brother if he's ever heard this. Well, his now wife and the mother of his 2 kids happens to be white. She also looks like she's from Capitol Hill, but that's another conversation entirely. I remember Hot Russia next. I don't know, we were just laying in bed, both of us, and Nick was like, and she looks down and was like, why are your privates darker than literally the rest of you? It sees no fucking sunshine. It makes no sense. And to be honest, that's a fair question. That's something I hadn't thought of, and frankly, I myself don't have an answer to. I don't know.
Where's the location? Where's the location on the space station? Where is it now?
It's starting to go over New York.
Jeez, that thing moves fast.
Yeah. 90-minute rotation around the fucking planet. Yeah, I'd say so. By the way, I wonder these coffee, I wonder if I dry these out, can I still fucking brew them? I don't know. That'd be interesting to try out. Actually, I think I will. Hell yeah. There we go. There's a project for me. What the hell am my other... Okay, Sean, you knew about my, did you know about the liquor experiments I've been doing?
Yep.
Well, the latest one I boxed, and this is the last one that I had started, before I had to start moving out and all this other shit. And then everything else fucking went wrong and all that stuff. Latest one, it's a bourbon.
Nice.
It's just your regular Evan Williams bourbon. That's my house stuff. Mary John says to fuck. Might have gotten under his skin. I told him to go fuck himself because he was laughing at me. But yeah, I had 2 jars of Phil Evan Williams bourbon. One, which is what I'm emptying back into the jar now, is coffee beans. Specifically the vanilla nut one that used to be my staple for coffee. I have something different now. Just because I'm getting a lot of shit delivered. I had to switch to other things.
Fuck, dude. You know what I might try to do? I might
What's
just
that?
sneak on. I might just sneak back into the ham shack on campus and use their higher powered radio and try this that way.
All right, there you go. I'm thinking. And the other thing, the other jar had a bunch of black cherries in it. So this is black cherry coffee bourbon. I just put in the bottle now. Holy shit, does it fucking look good. I'll tell you that. It looks fucking good. Space Station's over Maine now, by the way.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
About 15 minutes would be over daylight.
Yeah, if the buses were still running, I'd make my way to campus and try that now.
I think the clock would be against you, to be honest with you.
Well, I could probably get to campus in 90 minutes, but then I'd have to figure out how to get back.
90 minutes? What are you doing now? Oh, Jesus. Oh, here's logging Mark together. Okay, got you. Oh, it might have been Bull Rush or something. He was asking in the Mask and Geek chat when my live stream was going to go. Hey, in fairness, I was actually pretty fucking close to the time I had scheduled. All they had to do was look for my phone and some other happy horse shit. But I'll be deadly honest. One of the reasons I was actually late to that one, I had to take a shit. That's why. Kind of important. Plus, I had to get the data switched over so I could do this kind of shit.
Oh.
But no, that's all right. There's Nick and his continuing hunting down of space stations. I read what I wanted to read. Let's see if my account is still locked, by the way. It shouldn't be now. It's been past 12 hours. Let's see. I'm still able to log in. It's not completely gone. Huh. The account is suspended and not prevented performing this action. This is well past the 12 hours I was supposed to be fucking banned. Well past it. Should have got a screenshot of that, too. Alright, well, I got other shit to do, maybe in the morning or something. I'm not going to do it tonight. You know what, though? I'll tell you this, Nick, are you still able to talk, or what?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
That's probably not for
I don't know
much
if Mike-
longer. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Same here. I'm actually still wearing the, and no smart part because of this whole fucking thing you were just doing, last night. I'm still in the same fucking underwear that I was in last night.
That
Apparently I
doesn't
didn't
seem-
shower.
no.
All right, but aside from just making more accounts, just for this shit, that's one reason. And I talked to you about this like maybe 2 years ago, however the fuck long we've known each other. That's why you connect off fucking line. Whether it's through phone numbers, whether it's through walkie-talkies or ham radio, wherever the fuck it is, or Zello. That's another one, by the way. That's why you do this shit, because Joe Dolio said it was like, don't rely on your opposition's fucking communications platforms, that being Facebook, that being Instagram, that being YouTube, that being Twitter. It ain't the big four. Don't rely on that shit, because as you're seeing right now, for some bullshit, I'm fucking banished again. By the way, made it to over 300 followers before that happened. I didn't think that was going to happen. But that's why. Find a way to communicate off fucking line. I appreciate I gave you the number that I usually use.
Yep.
I have Dolios and Joe Curls, by the way, who I think he still thinks that SEAL Team 6 is going to come visit us in Salt Lake City.
Well, if you piss off someone from SEAL Team 6, I wouldn't believe. I'd be fine with that. I'd just break out the popcorn.
Not from SEAL Team 6. I'm going to tell you that right fucking now. Hell, did you hear? I talked about him in this, and I'm going to include that fucking screenshot too. You know it's a meme, right?
What, SEAL Team 6?
The guerrilla warfare thing. Let me see if I can pull it up, actually. Hang on. Since we're talking about it. Why not? I don't remember what it was, but Mick to this told us about it. Guerrilla warfare meme. Let's see if that. Who the fuck is watering shit in the backyard right now? I can hear him. Oh, there we go. Navy SEAL copy pasta. There you go. Know your meme. That's what it's called, actually. Navy SEAL copy pasta, also known as the Marine copy pasta, Internet Tough Guy copy pasta, and Guerrilla Warfare copy pasta. Okay, so I have that right. It is a facetious message containing serious or ridiculous claims and grandiose threats that portray the poster as the Internet Tough Guy stereotype. Hey, you know anything about Internet Tough Guys? I might. How about you?
I've heard of them. I didn't think they were a real thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, apparently, I may have written something about that, by the way. Look up Tough Guy in the search bar for goddamnbacon.com.
All right, man.
Right there.
Yeah.
You up?
Later.
All right, later. Let's go ahead and read this. So just
What just happened? Okay, there we go. We're fine. Bacon, why you want to hate us? I don't know. Was it shit like this? Oh, I got the whole thing. There we go. All right. Anyways, in the original post, the writer claimed to be a former Navy SEAL with a long history of combat experiences using comical typos and hyperboles like guerrilla warfare, by the way, spelled like the animal, not Guerilla. 300 confirmed kills, and I can kill you over 700 ways with just my bare hands. Since his emergence in mid-2012. Is that old? Holy shit. Who's he now? Oh, there he is. Welcome, Bull Rush.
How's it going?
If this is even working. Probably not.
Is it working?
And it's not. This is going to continue to be a shit show. All right. Hey, look, I'm going to reset. What the fuck? So I don't even know what I'm being picked up over. But this is not working. Let's reset that. Oh, somehow the Bluetooth fucking turned itself off again, even though I didn't want it to turn off. I did not tell it to fucking turn off. What the fuck? Well, let's try again. Oh, Jesus. Where's my fucking shot glass, dude? I could use a shit. I'm gonna try this shit live. But while we're doing this bullshit, we'll grab a new shot glass. There we go. I don't know if Boris is just listening or not.
Can you hear me now?
You gotta be shitting me.
Can you hear me?
Gotta be shitting me. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know if Boris can hear me or not. Well, there he goes. Well, that answers that question. I seriously have no idea what the fuck happened. Like, for real. It's like I have things perfectly fucking set. And it works just fucking fine. And then literally the next fucking stream, things go wrong. Let's try now.
Can you hear me?
The fuck? I wouldn't be surprised if Masking Geek fucking banned me from coming to the damn Village by the Lake because I'm apparently a walking EMP.
Pretty much.
All right, well, he's here now. Well, it's se.com/Lazarus Razors, by the way. Brings razors back from the dead. Go buy his shit. Literally nothing. Literally Hitler, nothing but good reviews. I don't know what's going on. Well, he's saying something. I can see that. What the fuck? The whole night's been like this, man. I'm going to try resetting everything again. I'll be right back. Somebody play Yakety Sax in the background because that pretty much describes this fucking situation. Shit I have to fucking deal with. As reconnect it. Did the same thing with Nick, by the way, for about like 5 fucking minutes. By the way, that was a painful fucking 5 minutes. Keep getting echo. Yep. Echo on your end? Well, this might be on your end. I don't know. This definitely smells more like coffee than it does cherry. I'll tell you that. Oh, boy. This may be it for a minute for fucking YouTube videos, apparently. I don't know. I'm going to grab the headset again. Yeah. Even though I didn't fucking connect earlier. There you go. Why do you have all these, like a million fucking different things to fucking try? Because none of them fucking work. And I have to keep finding different fucking ways to make things work. Like every fucking day. Every fucking day. Let's try this. Again, why do I hardwire everything? Why? I'm going to repair this. Jesus. There. Just go ahead and go with this real quick.
What?
All of my fucking equipment failed. All of it. You know what? Fuck it. We're just going to roll with this. Fuck it. I don't care anymore.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's coming through the device. Are you getting an echo on your end? I can't tell.
Not anymore.
You know what? Fine. We'll do it like this. Fuck it. Thank you. Why are you on hiatus? I don't know. Because of shit like this? Fucking hell.
You're running that off your phone, aren't you?
I'm on battery power, yeah. Literally, the same fucking setup I had not a couple days ago were just fucking fine. And now it doesn't fucking work. I can't win. I can't fucking win. No definition of winning. No. I got so much shit to blow up. I have so much fucking shit. How's your night going?
Pretty good. I'm putting in applications for work.
Applications for work.
Yeah, I got fired a couple days ago from my job.
Jesus. Wait, what happened? You can talk about it.
Huh?
What happened if you could talk about it?
Yeah, we had like the annual corporate training and stuff that you have to do at some places, and
Oh God.
they had a you basically you go, it's all online and stuff. You just go and go through the modules and stuff and answer questions at the end. And then they had, but this year they had this question about not a transsexual, but like a transvestite or something. Or they said transgenders. They had a question about a transgender related question. I refused to answer it because I told them I didn't. The answer that they had is not the one I would do. So yeah.
So you answered the question wrong about trans, wherever the fuck it is.
I told them I wouldn't answer it. So I didn't complete the module, and they're like, "Well, you have to complete it." I'm like, "No, I'm not going to answer that fucking question." And I'm like, "Can you skip it or something?" They're like, "No, you have to answer it." I'm like, "Well, I'm not answering it." So it had to go through HR and stuff.
No, boy.
And it finally went up to like a vice president of the hospital, and yeah.
It got that fucking far for real?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Well, hell, I don't know.
I think because the question was about a transgender using a woman's bathroom. And
at that old fucking question, they've had a flag for that for like 6 fucking years now.
And the thing is, I told them, like, look, if they're like a transgender, I'm like, I don't know how you define that, but I mean.
By the way, one of the stupidest fucking arguments I could think of ever getting into, man. Just, I don't know. I can't think of one that's stupider.
Well, it's like I told them, I'm like, they're transgender. I'm not gonna, you know, if they're saying they're transgender, I'm not gonna. They basically have a mental condition. You know, they're fucked up.
That's true.
Up until about 3 or 4 years ago, it was an actual mental issue by the DSM-4. That
no shit.
Yeah, but they took it. They what was it called? It was I forget the name of it. Gender dysmorphic syndrome or something like that. It's basically where you're like a guy or a girl that thinks they're the opposite sex, and that's an abnormal mental condition. So, and that's been in the DSM-4 for years, and I think about 3 or 4 years ago they took it out because politics. But
I think the most recent one, if I have this correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the DSM-5, right?
Well, yeah, but whenever they took it out of the DSM-4 at the time, they have a DSM-5 now.
Right. Yeah. Jesus.
So yeah, I told them I wasn't gonna, you know, they're like, because the thing is, like, we can be held accountable for that. We're held accountable legally for that training that we take. and that's the issue I took with it. You know.
So that's why you didn't just kind of like play dead or anything, you know, or just play gray man with it.
Well, just like answer it. Well, no, because I told him like, look, the way I would handle it that's not the way I handle it. If some dude is going into if some dude who thinks a girl is going into the girl's bathroom, and a female employee comes to complain to me about it, I'm gonna do something about it. Which is not what because the way they worded it is that you should just let them use the bathroom. I'm like, that's bullshit.
No, I understand that. I mean, can I tell you my stance on that as far as the bathroom thing itself is concerned? I don't care. We can talk about the transgender thing too, but as far as that's concerned, last I checked, you try to keep things as private as possible when you're doing things in the fucking bathroom. So the last thing I'm going to be doing, Bull Rush, if you're in the fucking bathroom, is looking at your fucking junk to see if you're a guy or girl downstairs. Yeah, I don't care.
But the thing about it is, though, if you have like a fucking transgender male, basically a guy that thinks he's a girl, if you have him going into the bathroom with other women, that's gonna make actual women uncomfortable to go in there.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. You're right, and you know that raises other liabilities.
Yeah.
You know, as you're saying, I'm just giving my own kind of libertine opinion. But no, you're right in what you're saying. You were trying to cover your ass as far as that goes. Am I surmising that correctly?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it should. My thing is like it shouldn't have even been a question because.
Oh, I agree. You're right. That should not be a question. There's a reason we have guys and girls bathrooms for a fucking reason. If you just kind of identify as the other one, what the fuck is the point?
And it's like I was telling the HR rep at my job. I was like, look, if they got
I gotta know.
If they got a set of cock and balls, dude, they need to be going to the men's restroom. You know, I don't give a fuck who they think they are. You know, I didn't tell them that exactly, but I'm paraphrasing.
I get it.
But that's how I feel. I'm like, you know, what the hell is going? And I'm like, I'm not going to enter it. Like, either rewrite the question, or just let me skip through that question and complete the module.
By the way, it should be telling. Why was that question so important that you got fired for not answering it? What does that tell you about not just that questionnaire, but the people who put it together, let alone the company that fucking authorized it?
Yeah, well, that's the first. I've worked for that company for 6 years, and that's the first time I've seen that question on the corporate training stuff.
Oh God. Well, I was gonna say, you know, my silver lining, you know, as for a lot of things, like, okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna take a wild fucking guess, and you're, as far as I can tell, you at least do what you can to excel at what you do, whether that's on the job, off the job, whatever you're doing. So they just lost a good employee.
Oh,
yeah.
Worst. Do what?
They lost a good employee at the very worst. I'm downplaying this because I'm pretty sure you went above and beyond for your job.
Well, I got the thing about it is, well, number one, I've already got a couple job offers.
Goes to speak to my point right there. There you go. You've already got people lining up to hire you. That's another point I was going to get to is like, okay, they let you go or they fired you, whatever. Now their business is going to suffer because you're not there. Again, read Pareto's principle. It's the 80-20 rule. Again, we just talked about that. That's the title of the show, the 95%. It's more like 95 to 5%. It's the 5% like you. They fuck up and they get rid of them. And then guess what? Their service goes down dramatically because you're handling way more workload than the average person probably is. And now you have other people that fucking recognize that and they want to fucking hire you. By the way, talk about being in position of power. Just saying.
Well, the job I did for them had to do with revenue cycle, which is basically making them money.
You're fucking kidding. Are you fucking with me?
No, because I'm a clinical coding specialist or a hospital coding specialist. That's why I went to school and shit for. But
So you're
but the hospital I work for specializes in cancer treatment, and it's very difficult to find someone who can do cancer coding because it's so complex.
Really?
Yeah, I've had like 3 years in, I've trained people, new hires and stuff to code cancer and stuff that they have 2 to 3 times more experience than I do at it. They've been coding for years, and they don't, and I've had to train them before, and they don't make it. Not because of my training, but because they can't. The fucking operations and stuff are too complex to code for them.
You didn't throw any hand-to-hand combat experience in there, did you? I just have to have between you and me and everyone, all 3 people listening to this. You didn't throw any like throws or anything in there, did you? Just curious.
During the training?
Yeah.
No, they're all women. Most of the job field is dominated by women. For some reason.
Change my question. I'm joking, half joking actually, but no, I believe you. Nick has said the same thing. You know, Nick. I don't know if you listened to any of that. In case you missed it, when he was trying to hunt down the International Space Station because he's been trying to get a transmission of them for like the last fucking week now. And for whatever reason, I think he got somebody to speak once, like the first time he was on, but he's been doing this every fucking day now. One of the reasons the reason I'm bringing that up is that I would imagine, as you know, he just got into the Ham Radio Network. He just got his call sign and all that stuff. You know, he got certified and everything. You know, he's the vice president of his college's ham radio network now. Literally within about a week.
Yeah, but like, how big is that group?
I don't know. I don't think it's that big because, you know, again, this is in Pullman, which is a college town, but still, it's the smaller of the 2. But the fact that he was able to get in, you know, that fucking quickly, that speaks volumes. Not just, you know, for his own intellect or work or what have you, but the sheer, I don't want to say incompetence, but the lack of work nearby, you know. And I'm assuming that's the same way with you. You know what? You're the one to put in the work to the point that you're training people who have better training, quote unquote, than you do, and they're still fucking washing out. And of course, you know, my story, I can go on about that, you know, all day, but literally, best delivery driver of all time in fucking Seattle. Of all fucking time. Now, again, as other people who have done this job, it's a very low bar of entry. Just make sure you're not a fucking felon and you're good. You're not a felon, you have a decent driver's license.
Yeah.
But to actually do things in the way that I do them, there's a reason I'm number 1. And that's a good thing. Again, talking about the 5%. That's what I would count as that. I guess I would be one of them, you know, if I had to say so myself. I don't want to say so myself because I am myself. I'm not that fucking conceited. I'll let other people say that for me. You know, I'm not going to call myself the best there is. I'll let other people do that.
Yeah, I mean,
if that is the case. People like you, Boy Rush, you doing your medical thing, you know, you're training people like in your respective field, and then you got your own fucking side business where you're selling fucking razors that literally Hitler has no fucking bad reviews. Nick Schulander, whatever fucking field he ends up in, at the age of 22, mind you, it's fucking mastering.
Well, the thing is like a lot of stuff nowadays is such that if you just put forth a little bit of effort, it doesn't take much anymore. You know, most people just show up and that's it. And
You're not.
you know, so if you put in like just like 10% more effort, which is probably 10% more than most people do anyway, then you can excel at things.
You're not wrong about that. I remember my warehouse job. That was what I called basically I'm being paid to work out. Most of that's upper body, or I guess you have to pull things on trolleys and trucks and stuff. So that
yeah, I worked for before I started working at this job when I was going to college for nearly a decade. I worked for grocery distribution warehouses. One of them was U.S. Foods, and
Jesus.
yeah, I worked for U.S. Foods and another one here locally that was a regional distributor. But U.S. Foods is national, I think. And I did that for almost 10 years.
You know what? It's funny. I've seen one of the trips. Guess where I saw it?
You probably see them everywhere.
You ever hear of a town called June Lake, California?
Yeah.
What's the population of June Lake, California, Bull Rush?
Not much.
Try maybe 800 permanent residents. Now, they get plenty of people that pass through there as tourists, and they're fishing, they're on the lakes, they're on the hiking trails and all that stuff during the summer, and obviously June Mountain, they're skiing there during the winter.
Yeah.
But the standing population, again, I was one of 2 black people in that fucking town. The other one being a fireman, you know, at that at the fire department there.
Right.
By the way, in my review of this, I just bottled this. As an aside, a few of the things I'm bringing to the Salt Lake sit down are several liquor infusions I have. The latest one I bottled is supposed to be Evan Williams that was infused with black cherries and coffee. This pretty much tastes like just coffee.
Really?
Yep. Got it right here. What the fuck were we talking about?
Said something about June Lake. Yeah, it doesn't take much, man. It's
doesn't. That's the reason I left. You know, shoulder seasons, I don't like dealing with that. I don't like having to play with it. I like kind of, even now, like I kind of have a shoulder season with the job that I do. This right now being the fucking shoulder season, but yeah, the shoulder seasons are fucking real. Like fall and spring, it's bad. You know. Still have love for the town. Pretty much everybody who was there, you know, that was the place I probably got treated the best, you know. Again, coming from Inglewood, coming from LA, coming from dealing with Compton and all these other fucking places.
Yeah, that warehouse job was no joke, man.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I worked at the warehouse that I worked for, it stocked shit for Walmart.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so the person I remember, by the way, I got a good story for him if you want to hear that.
Was it Walmart distribution? Because they handle all their own distribution and shit.
Oh yeah, Houston Logistics, I believe it was called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I work for them. They're in Sumner.
Okay.
And then there's other ones around the area, but yeah, that's where I worked. By the way, I was staying on my dad's couch in South Hill, Washington, which was almost exactly 11 miles away. So I'll bike there.
Oh shit.
You know, then I worked the 10-hour is the 4-day 10-hour shifts. which was it ended up being more 11 hours. You have the 15-minute breaks,
Yeah.
of those, and then 30-minute lunch where you ate something. Of which every one of those I had to eat something. Because I don't know if you knew this, Bull Rush, even though you worked in the industry, you burn a lot of energy doing that kind of shit.
Oh, man. Bro, let me tell you something. When we get new hires, because they usually hire like during the spring, and we would have guys come in. We had this one guy come in. He was about 5'6" or 5'7", a little short, fat motherfucker, dude. And he actually held on and made it through his initial probationary period. And a year later, dude, this motherfucker, well, not a year, at the end of summer, by the end of August, beginning of September, so that gave him like 4 or 5 months, like 4 months or so. This motherfucker was getting svelte, like he was losing a shitload of weight.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah, that's usually what happens to a lot of guys. You see a lot of young guys come in there, and if they're pudgy, and they make it through probation and stuff, they're not pudgy anymore after summertime.
No, you're 100% right, and that's where I was going with this. Okay, I got the cardio going. I'm biking 11 miles there at 5 o'clock in the fucking morning because you had to be there by 7:10 or something like that. Or otherwise it wouldn't let you in. For whatever reason, it was like really secure. I don't know why, but it was. And then for 10 hours, I did the thing where I'm carrying the trucks and stuff.
Yeah.
Of different things. So
we
I'm
were
using my legs again. Yeah, I worked on my legs quite a bit. Kind of proud of them. But, you're throwing boxes, you're stacking them, all this stuff, and that's a lot of upper body working out, as you probably can attest to.
Oh, yeah, I got 2 fucked up shoulders to show for it.
Oh, Jesus. You must have did a lot longer than I did. Yeah, I would do that, and then either I will wait until we're letting out, or what I found out, I'll give you this real quick. I actually got good at escaping the warehouse. And I still remember one day, me and one of the guys ordered quite a few of the people. We got, we were pretty, tight, as far as just kind of work buddies go. And I actually calculated things. So it was $10 an hour, but after taxes was like $8.62 or something like that. And I calculated it was like they count every 15 minutes basically. So you wait for like the 7-minute mark of an hour, or the whatever other mark. I can't remember exactly what it is. Where did he go? And then he's gone. Should I wait for him to come back? Wait for him to come back. No, Bull Rush can confirm working a warehouse job ain't, as I said, a workout job. It is. That's exactly what it is. Are you paid shit? Yes, you are. Are you there for long hours? Yes, you are. But you know what? At least you're making money. You're not paying it to go drive to Bally's or LA Fitness or wherever the fuck the gyms are these days. You're not paying to work out. You're getting paid to work out. And it's more full range motion. It's more real world. You're actually moving things. You're not just pumping iron. You're not just working a machine. There is that aspect as far as it goes. I don't know where he went. Somehow I'm still fucking bro. Usually, I guess, when people leave the broadcast, I just lose my fucking audio. It's working fine now, as far as I can tell. I am liking this, even though it's kind of bitter. This coffee black cherry bourbon. Not too bad. It would definitely be an acquired taste, but I like it. What I would mix with this, I don't know. Something I'll have to figure out. I unearthed everything else, so maybe I can make a Manhattan with it. Actually, given the hour, I probably should be drinking too much of it because I imagine some of the caffeine has leaked out of that. But to tell you what, not bad. I'll keep things going until the 1:30 mark. No idea what happened to Bull Rush. Again, Etsy.com/Lazarus Razors. Say this on the side. I want the, what do you call it, to get a little bit wet again. Hopefully it doesn't start dripping. Somebody's still watching this. I'm going to guess it's Ray John, who's playing video games right now. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and answer that. When I went into the warehouse job, I weighed about 225, 230 pounds. And by the time I got there, there's somebody. Oh, there he is. I wonder what happened there. Hit the wrong button. Whoops, there we go.
Hey, what's up? Yeah,
Should have asked for something.
I need to take my tower apart and clean it out because it's starting to shut off by itself. I think it's getting overheated.
Oh, so it's not just me where shit just decides to shut itself off. Okay, it's not just me. Okay, good.
No, it's
I
not
feel.
just me.
Hey, you're helping with the. By the way, did it just get dark on your end? You're showing solidarity with this Brother Darkness Lives here. But finally, I'm not the only one where shit just decides to shut itself the fuck off.
High Yellow Lives Matter.
All right. Well, I was just going with the story I was going to tell you, basically, about as far as the warehouse thing goes. Basically, I kind of saw that was like kind of the upper body workout thing, and I'm pretty sure you can back me up or tell me I'm wrong or whatever. You're lifting boxes, you're spinning and all that stuff, and some of that shit can be real fucking heavy. Like I remember pallets, were like you're trying to lift it, and the fucking forklift that the guy's bringing it over with is having trouble fucking bringing it over to you.
Yeah.
And you got to assign, the right people to actually fucking work with it. And as far as I go, like, okay, I'm definitely on that crew because I'm one of the ones that, is probably the best suited for this because I'm fairly in shape, but I want the workout from this as well. That's one of the reasons I'm there. Well, one of the things I called it was, you're getting paid to work out. You're not paying to go to Bally's or LA Fitness or wherever the fuck the local gyms are at your place. You're not paying to commute to go there to go your bicycle class or whatever. You're getting paid for that. Now, the downside is that you're working 10 hours a day. You're getting paid shit. You're like me, and well, one of the things I was we looked at. I actually did the calculation in my head. I think it was like $2.15 an hour, or every 15 minutes, and we get billed every 15 minutes or whatever. We get paid for that. And I'm looking, and one of the things was like, you know what? Is it worth the $2.60 17 cents or wherever the fuck it was to stay here. And a lot of us look like, nope, okay, fine. Went, clocked out, escaped before any of the supervisors fucking noticed. And then what I would do, if I was successful in doing that, I would go to a place called, it's not there anymore, but Lake Taps Brewery. Lake Taps being a big lake up here in Washington State. And I would try something there that I had not tried before. They had nice jalapeno beers, raspberry beers, all kind of IPAs, all kinds of shit, stouts and all that. So I'll get a beer from there. And especially when I was working for, what was it? Caviar. Try caviar.com. I think the website is still available, but everybody's under a different name. I have a beer there, and then I'll bike back to my pop's place, shower, get dressed, and then go fucking work for them. I was like, that's what I would do. But that's how I kind of saw it. I was like, okay, I'm getting paid to show up at ungodly hours as far as I'm concerned, but I'm still being paid to work out, basically. And then that's just kind of how I saw the warehouse job. That make any sense? Ray John's back, bud.
Yeah, we got paid pretty good. We were on a performance pay schedule.
Oh, you know what? It's funny. I was literally just about to ask that.
Yeah, most distribution places that I know of, at least, they don't do hourly pay anymore. They do pay performance pay. So
nice. I'll tell you what I was told. Now, this wasn't the case when I was working there. It was just by hour, but it was by hour. What's his name? Zach Green, I remember. That's one of the guys that we were pretty friendly with. He was a good guy. I think he still is. I would imagine. But he worked at the warehouse that I worked at. So he would get paid, what was it, $9.34 or something. I think that's the minimum wage up here. But they would get paid a bonus for every trailer they emptied. So if the one trailer, maybe I'll just make some shit up here that's not representative of what that was. But let's say it was $100 a trailer. You empty one trailer, that's $100. You empty two trailers, $200, so on and so forth. So you were actually incentivized to, work as hard as you can. And he will put in the fucking work, but they took that away. And so it's just by hour. So it didn't matter how many parcels you were. It didn't even matter if you emptied the fucking trailer that day. You just got paid the same fucking $9.47 an hour, minus tax. So for your end, was it just straight performance based? Was there any hourly or what?
Well, your performance correlated to your hourly pay. So, like, for example, they went by how many cases you did per hour. And
how many cases?
So basically what they did was you had a baseline of operation performance. Say it's like they did it as a percentage, like 90%. So 90% was the floor, and so basically, the way they did is if you got a order, and then the order has a specific amount of time that it gives you to pull all the cases for it. So let's say it's like 30 minutes, and if you run the aisles and get all the stuff within 30 minutes, then you that was 100%. If you're at 30 minutes, if it took you a little bit more, like 35 minutes, then you probably ran at like 93%. Okay, so they do that, and if you do it like if you get 30 minutes, for example, and you do it in 15, then you operate at like 110% efficiency for that specific work order. Now you get multiple work orders. You can have 15, 20 work orders over the course of one night or more. And then they take the average of that for that day of your percentage. and then they take it over the course of a whole week and average it out. So like if you're at 110%, that equals more hourly pay. So if 90%, if you run at the base level, I think they started out at like $11 an hour, but I was making around $16, $17 an hour.
That's not bad for warehouse work.
Yeah, so man, but shit. You're running though every night. And the thing is, because I was bringing home over 50 grand a year with that job. And
that's
going
more
to
than I'm making now.
And I was going to college at the same time too. In fact, that's how I got fired from that job. Well, because I was getting towards the end of my college thing, and the last semester of my college, I had like a 72-hour or 60-something hour internship that I had to do on top of my schoolwork. And
Jesus.
yeah. So I had a semester I was basically working 2 jobs because I was working over 40 hours a week at my paying job, and then I had to fill in then I had to fit in my internship hours as well. So I'd go into work and work like 9 or 10 hours, get off, and then 2 or 3 days a week I'd go over to my internship and spend like 4 or 5 hours over there, and then come home and get like 4 hours of sleep and then go back to work. Now that was a rough fucking few months, man.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I've been there.
And eventually it all eventually caught up. That by that time I just didn't give a shit. I told, because my production started going below the threshold, and it was staying there. And the warehouse manager came up to me, asked me what was going on. And I told him what was going on. He was like, "Oh shit, man." He felt bad for me. Plus my daughter had just been born too, so we had a baby in the house.
Yeah, let's spray jet fuel on this fire here, you know.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Shit. Yeah, those months there, those 4 or 5 months were rough, man. I looked like shit. I lost like a bunch of weight and shit too, like not healthy weight, you know.
No, I get you. Yeah, it's like you can do it. And like I said, you know, that was kind of my weight loss program, and I have my nutrition thing going there, so it was kind of controlled weight loss. You know, I wasn't losing that much muscle or anything, but yeah, you know, like if it's just straight free fall, you're just trying to get as many calories in as you can. So you're not focusing, I'm going to guess, on, you know, being completely healthy. You're just trying to focus on keeping functional.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get some sleep, man.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, you're just focused on keeping running.
Yeah.
Ain't exactly a good correlation to staying healthy, you know. So I get it. Yeah, that's even worse than I had it. It's much worse than I had it. Especially, you know, you had to take care of a fucking kid on top of that, or at least help with that.
Yeah, and this was when I was in my early 30s too. Like the job, that warehouse job, most of those guys that were in there, like pretty much all of them were below the age of 25. I was considered an old man in there, just because of the physical nature of it.
That sounds about right.
Most guys that were my age at the time, they were either on a forklift. They weren't pulling on the floor. They didn't do it that often, not on the regular. Because I've seen guys.
You're not wrong.
I've seen guys like 18, 19 20 years old come in there. They'll work one night and just leave. They would never come back.
That I'm not surprised about, and I think pretty much every platform that you and I both follow, we probably cover the reasons why. It's not just because of the physicality of it, really. Like, They're that fucking lazy. But no, you're right. I think when I did, I was like 27, 28 or something like that. 28, I think. Even then, I was growing gray hairs and all this shit. I used to have a bunch of gray hairs growing now, believe it or not. I was totally fine doing it. I enjoyed it. But, you know, I could see other people's like, yeah, they just fucking burned out and like, they just graduated from fucking high school. Like, really? You're burning out that quickly?
Well, they'd never done anything that hard,
On you.
that physically demanding before, and it's, if you're not used to it, it can be a rough transition. Because like I said, I've seen guys start in there and they'll leave by lunch and never come back.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
They're like, the hell with this.
It's lifting boxes.
I knew a guy in there who was I knew a guy in there who worked over at US Foods. He'd been working there for that company for 10 years. And he was a couple of years older than me. And I think he'd been working there for like 10 or 12 years. And he wasn't on the floor anymore. He was in a cherry picker and a high rise on forklift. And he still had, at the end of every night, he would ice his knees down because his knees were fucked.
Wow.
He was like 34 at the time. His knees were shot. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Just from all the stuff.
You just brought a question up to my head, and this is something that it's sort of related. Now, you have military experience. This is why I'm asking you this. I have personal theory. This is specific towards the military, Army, Marines, whatever. They'll end up having back problems, knee problems, whatever, and then they'll also end up having they'll end up being overweight, big guts and stuff afterwards. Whereas when they were in the service, they were nice and fit and all this stuff. My personal theory, as far as that goes, is this: beforehand, they didn't get all that much physical experience, physical exercise and stuff. They weren't running 5 miles a day with a 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 pound pack on their back like you would in the military. So instead of kind of being eased into whatever exercise regimen, they were just kind of thrown into that. So maybe, I don't know, they don't have the substructure to build upon that. Now, if I was to train somebody like I'm doing with Nick Schulander, we start slowly. You know, you learn how to do push-ups. And figure that out. Get the form right. Then you do the push-ups. Then you do something else to make the push-ups more difficult. You do incline push-ups. Then maybe you add a weight pack or something like that. Just to take a random fucking example. But as far as this goes, you know, basic training aside, you're just kind of thrown into that. So you spend 2-3 years running with like 100 pounds in your back, as opposed to literally before that, where maybe you ran but with not even that much and not even that far. You're stretching the machinery just quite a bit. That's one part. The other part is that, of course, if you're doing that much more physical activity, now you have a much higher caloric requirement to keep it going. So you're now eating more. And whatever the military feeds you, that's what you're going to eat. You can tell me more about that if you want. But as I found out just on my own, once you leave that very, physically demanding thing, a lot of times people don't leave the nutritional part behind. They keep eating the same way as they did when they were in the military, where they had that physically demanding experience. Any of that make sense?
Oh yeah, well, not with the military, but whenever I left, whenever I stopped doing the whenever I stopped doing those warehouse jobs, that happened to me. because I could eat like a couple hamburgers and fucking like it wouldn't affect me. But after I got out after I got fired from my last job, I went to work for a hospital, and it was basically an office job. And yeah, I still kept eating the way I was. Yeah, I put on some weight. I started putting on a lot of weight, dude. But yeah, you're right about that.
Okay.
And plus, the thing about the military though is that it's like you get up every day and you're doing something. Like, you know, you would run a couple miles a day. You don't always wear a pack. That's mainly during training exercises and stuff. But you usually have a platoon run in the morning, where you have an individual run like 2 or 3 miles in the Marines. I don't know what they do inside the Army. I think they do a mile and a half or 2 miles. But still, you know, you're getting up and working out and stuff.
That's my point. You have this physical activity you're doing in the military that's scheduled every day.
Yeah.
I'll give you the example. The biggest example I can think of is just myself. When I was living in LA, and I was basically commuting, not only just commuting via bicycle, but I was going on like party rides and all this stuff. I was doing at least 150 miles a week. That was a baseline. So by that point, I still remember I was drinking at least a gallon of water a day or something, but I actually calculated it down. I was eating at least 3,500 calories a day, which sounds like a lot.
No, that actually sounds low.
It is, because I was burning at least 4,000 calories a day.
Yeah,
on average.
Because that 2,000 calorie stuff that they say is recommended for most guys, it's probably a little bit higher, probably around the 2,500 to 3,000 calorie range.
Oh yeah, it is. It is, especially for guys and stuff today. Even if they're kind of sedentary, you know, even the weight alone is going to increase that. I just talked to Nick Schulander about this because he was wondering about that. But no, it was like that. Well, that's what I calculated at the time. It could have been even higher. I don't know. That's what I calculated at the time. It's like, yeah, I'm eating all these goddamn calories, and I'm getting it as best I can. You know, all kinds of fast food, like all kinds of other things, because I just need the fucking calories to keep going. And it got to the point a few times, like, where are the rest of them? I'm just shoveling food down my nose, like, just so I can keep moving. That's
Absolutely.
how bad it got.
Yeah, you need food, man.
Yeah, but then I end up moving to June Lake. You know, I'm working as not a ski instructor. What the fuck was it? Lift operator. The things that take you all the way to the top of the mountain so you can ski or snowboard down.
Yeah.
Got to work in there. Not as labor intensive. I'm not biking 150 miles a week. You know, I'm driving 50 miles. It's a whole different thing. You know, I'm learning how to drive on. By the way, on fucking summer tires on snow, by the way, with a car that has a open differential and way too much horsepower. Learn how to drive that on snow. That was fun. Going uphill, you.
I live in Southeast Texas, man. You can miss me with that shit. We don't get snow down here. We got several years ago, we had a really bad ice storm down here that pretty much shut down the whole fucking area. And I volunteered to drive into my job at the time to work. Man, it took me over 2 hours to get there, where it usually only takes me about 45 minutes. It took me over 2 hours.
All right, so it actually was a fairly decent distance.
Yeah, and it was the most treacherous fucking 2 hours I ever spent in my life. I got there, I was like, man, I'm never doing this shit again. And
dude, trust, you know what? You just I got stories to tell about just that first fucking winter there. That I start telling that, especially with the experience that I had beforehand, driving in LA, by the way, going from driving in LA to driving 8,000 feet up in the air in ski country, mind you. Oh, I got story with maybe not the most mechanically sound of vehicles, by the way.
Yeah. Well, all I know, whenever I go,
the fucking constant velocity joint with what do you call it? Gear oil and duct tape in the fucking Rite Aid parking lot.
yeah, bubblegum barrel line. Yeah, if it wasn't because at the time that happened, I was driving a Crown Vic, a Ford Crown Victoria. If it wasn't for that fat ass car, because there was a couple, that ass end tried to come around on me at least 4 or 5 times while I drove up there.
I believe it.
And if it wasn't for the fact that a Crown Victoria is so fucking heavy to begin with and wide bodied, if I was driving a smaller vehicle, it would. I'm pretty sure that I would have spun out a couple times. And it was just it was just, the shit was so icy, dude. There was like 18-wheelers on the side of the road and shit. It's bad when 18-wheelers won't even drive into shit. They're just parked on the side of a major highway just chilling.
I've driven through that. I've seen it myself. You are not wrong.
Because most people are down here are not. We don't have snow tires and shit. We switch out. We don't have chains or anything.
Studded tires and stuff. Yeah.
We have all weather. Most people down here, if you're from down there, they're not used to driving in that kind of weather, those kind of conditions, man. Most people stay at home though, but there were people that tried to go out and it did not work out well for them. I must have passed whenever I drove by probably 8 or 9 car accidents on the way there, because people were spinning out and just losing control because they would hit an ice patch on the highway
or an intersection. But that would be in the city. It wouldn't be on the highway.
Well, most of this was highway driving. Most of this was highway driving. So.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, people were spinning out and hitting each other and shit because they couldn't brake fast enough. No one was going fast either. Like the average speed limit I went, and everyone else up there was literally on a major highway. It was like 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour at the most. Like
shit, if you were lucky.
We were creeping, dude. We were creeping.
I believe it. Yeah, I've been there.
It was so fucking treacherous, man.
Holy but back shit. To my point was, I went through that. That has its own physical distortions. That there's that, but you're not biking 150 miles a week. You're not working out. You're not teaching a class like or a personal training class like I was at the time. So the physical demand is not there.
Yeah.
But I kept up the same fucking. I still have the same mindset. Get as many calories in as possible. Whatever the hell is there, eat it, because you don't know if you're gonna. And yeah, of course, I went from it was 200 pounds, I think I was, or a little bit around there. For reference, I'm doing the protein sparing fast right now. In case you don't know what that is, basically, as close to 100% macros, close to protein as possible, without any of the other energy sources, that being carbs or fat. You minimize those as much as possible, and that's meant for some medical purposes. I'm just trying to see what it's like.
What is it?
Protein sparing fast. So eat the biggest protein sources possible. By the way, I just realized that the Red ESP I'm drinking right now, that has carbs in it, so I'm going to have to cut that out. I have to go back to drinking seltzers again. Seltzers and booze. That's it. Because they don't have calories that you store.
It's protein sparing, so you eat just stuff that's protein and that's it?
As best as you can. And what that does is it preserves your muscle mass. If you don't eat enough protein and you don't have enough energy, you'll burn your glycogen stores up.
So it's almost like
what
a
you're
keto
not going to
diet.
do, because protein or your muscle is a lot more calorically expensive than fat or anything else is. Just in the self-preservative state,
Yeah.
if you don't have enough protein, your body starts breaking down muscle in order to produce energy. And so by keeping enough protein in your body can preserve the muscle, but it'll start burning off the fat instead.
Yeah, but the thing is with that process though, it's got to go through everything else first though, bacon.
Right, exactly.
It's got to
That's
go through all. It's got to go through all your. It's got to go through all the sugar, then it goes through all the fat because fat's easier. Because the thing is, your body likes to go to the path of least resistance, and the thing
exactly
is,
right.
What it does is when your body starts breaking down different stuff for fuel, it starts with sugars because it's the easiest. So like your carbs and shit,
Yep.
your simple sugars.
And right on top of that, just to throw this in there, I got another article that's going to be coming about alcohol. Alcohol is right up there. Now, alcohol, it's 7 grams per calorie, I think, or 7 calories per gram or something. Here's the thing about alcohol: you either burn it or you pee it out. You don't store it.
No.
In case anybody was wondering. So, no. If anybody's wondering if I'm going to die of fucking cirrhosis or something, that ain't happening unless I drink a lot of fucking sugar as well, which I can tell you I'm not.
You can, well, it sounds almost like you're on like a keto diet.
Not quite. Keto it's mostly fat. I have my own name for it, but you could make the comparison, yes.
Yeah, I did the keto diet. So like I did the keto diet for several months. It was good, but that was the thing about diets though. It's all if it's a weight loss diet, it's all just it's mainly just calories in, calories out. If you are at a calorie not calorie surplus, so if you're at a calorie deficit by the end of the day, and you maintain that week over week, you're going to lose weight.
That's the purely mechanical part of it.
Do what?
I have to say it depends, and I still have to write the stuff down, so I can't give you the right answer.
All this other stuff though, like like if you look at Atkins, keto, what's that other fucking one, paleo, all these diets, the fundamental thing that they all have in common is a calorie deficit. That's what they're trying to put you in. That's all those weight loss diets do. Now,
that's in part. Now, sorry, here's the thing. What I try to do, and this is what I'm doing with Nick right now, this is what Drew Bay, by the way, does. Baye.com, BAYE.com. The idea is, I imagine you would agree with this. You want to cut out the fat, but or the fat that you store, rather.
Yeah.
To a reasonable degree, you want to store some fat. Bonus, or just so you know, there's a reason your body stores fat the way it does. It kind of needs that energy, in case there's no food in the fucking future. Just saying. But, just say aesthetics, look at whatever. You want to burn fat, you want to build muscle. That actually means you have to be at a calorie surplus. It depends on the kind of calories. What you want to do, whether you are fat adapted, that means maybe you're eating fattier meats or whatever. That's primarily what's in your diet. Maybe you have some other things there, whatever. We can work with that. Or you do like what the standard people do, more lean meats. You're thinking fresh Atlantic cod, chicken breast, and steak and all that stuff. And then you're doing like veggies and stuff and other sources of carb energy. Okay, you can do either one of those. You don't really want to do both because that's how things end up getting fucked up. But you can do both to build muscle and, get shredded and all this stuff. Whatever works for you.
Yeah, I
What
did. I went off of keto. I just started doing I did a high protein, low carb diet. Like that's all high protein, low carb, and no sugar. Like absolutely no fucking sugar diet.
Exactly.
Well,
That's the way to do it, and that's the point. I'll shut up in a minute, but that's the point I want to make. What you're doing in both cases is you're getting what your body wants to do is it wants to get as much protein that it can use to keep repairing its body, keep repairing cells, keep repairing neurons, and all this other stuff. Remember, proteins are the building blocks of your body. You need the fucking protein. Energy source is another thing entirely, but that's going to be the fucking top thing. So in either case, you want to get as much protein as you possibly can and as bioavailable as you can get it. Now, whether you want to use carbs or whether you want to use fat, that's a totally different option, of which I picked one, but you can do both, as I said. But you want to satiation for protein. Whether you get everything else, that's another point entirely.
Well, the other thing about high protein diets too is that you'll be hungry a lot less.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very satiating. It's the most satiating of the macros. You're right.
Like whenever I in the mornings, whenever I get up, I eat like 4 or 5 fucking eggs in the morning with some kind of meat product, like a small fillet of pork or something like that, like a little mini pork chop or something. And I'll eat that, and I'll be good for a while. Huh?
Nick does the same thing.
Yeah,
Nick Schuland.
Yeah, I'll be good for a while.
Yeah.
And then like for lunch, I'll have
better than toast and oatmeal, isn't it?
Do what?
I said that's better than toast and oatmeal, isn't it?
Bro, that's starvation shit, dude. Plus, I don't eat that shit, dude. I don't fuck that shit, dude. That's starvation.
I'm not saying I'm not gonna speak ill of it. It's good if you have nothing else. Oatmeal is not that bad compared to other things you can eat. I'm not gonna speak ill of it. It's good. By the way, it lasts pretty fucking long. I'll say that. If you're down to nothing else, that's fine. But if you have the choice, what Bull Rush just said, that's what I'd be going for. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, see, the oatmeal is fiber though, so it takes a while for your body to process it inside your GI tract. So, but it still ends up to be carbs though. Same thing with toast.
Yes.
It's fucking
By the
bread.
way, now that you bring it up, I was looking up. By the way, again, you know why I go by the. You know why I have the term world's greatest nutritionist? You know why I picked that?
Why is that?
Because I know no matter how much research I do, I'm never going to know everything about nutrition. I'm always going to be behind on something. That's why I say I'm the world's greatest. This is why Aaron Clarey says he's the world's greatest economist, because he knows, hey, what are you predicting as far as economics goes? Fuck if he knows. What can I predict as far as nutrition goes? Aside from the obvious, I don't know.
Well, the thing about
I don't know.
The thing about nutrition,
I'm always looking.
Yeah, that's the thing about nutrition, though, is that like even nutritionists aren't fucking nutritionists, dude.
Oh, they're not. Trust me.
And most of your doctors, even your doctors and your medical doctors, can't tell you because there's actually not that much research into it, and it's really sad.
Dude, they're even worse. They're way worse than nutritionists, and nutritionists are fucking terrible. Nutritionists, dietitians, they're the fucking worst.
Yeah,
trust me.
Kind of a joke. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a joke, really. It's just because nutrition is a lot like the economy. You can't. It's hard to gauge how it's going to react based on a group because not everyone's the same.
That's my point exactly. That's why I said I'm the world's greatest nutrition, because I am still open to getting new information and adding to that just fucking today. You ever heard the term water weight?
Yeah.
So you can let me know if your experience lines up with this. But generally, when you're losing, you just get started on your weight loss journey here. You're eating right. You're eating your Wheaties, and you're running on your treadmill or whatever the fuck the mainstream shit tells you to do. Within about a week, maybe 2 weeks, depending, you'll lose about 5, maybe 10 pounds, maybe even 15 pounds in a real extreme case. That sound about correct to you, or not?
In a couple weeks, 15 pounds is excessive. If you're losing between 8 and 10 pounds in 2 weeks, what was it? It's like let's see. I forget what the exact. Well, I think 10 pounds in 2 weeks is really, really good. Like you're fucking on point. And to be honest with you, I don't think running is the best way to fucking lose weight anyway. Because
that's common.
And
I'm the same.
I think the best successes I've ever had with losing weight is with weight training. That's it, just weight training, lifting weights, because it causes the biggest catabolic, what was it? Anabolic. That's the one we build up. It causes the biggest.
Muscle, that's anabolic. Catabolic is you break down muscle.
Right. So resistance weight training causes the biggest anabolic reaction within your body. You know, because you're tearing
That's
shit
what I
down.
have Nick doing right now.
Because people like to do they like to do all this cardio and shit like that. I don't like the running and shit. I don't agree with it, because long term it's gonna fuck up your knees.
Exactly. That's the main reason I'm against it. Look, I already got a problem with my right knee specifically. I used to deliver via bike when my engine was fucked up. I had to deliver via bicycle for like 3 or 4 months. And I don't know if you know anything about Seattle. It's kind of like San Francisco. It's built on fucking hills.
Yeah.
You have to go uphill. And I had a problem with my fucking knee going uphill. Thankfully, I have fucking gears because I'm a fucking American. But, that was an issue. Now, it's not as bad now. I can go upstairs just fine. I can go up hills on bikes just fine. I'm okay. But, there was that problem. But, yeah, I was just trying to run to lose weight. By the way, you ever seen people who are overweight and they've been running for like a year or two and they're still fucking running?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it doesn't burn calories. It does. What else are you doing in the meantime? And there's other things you do. You can sprint, by the way. You can sprint for like 10 minutes.
Well, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure that I'm not really sold on running as a to lose weight and shit like that, because I've seen studies where brisk walking can do just the same as running, and it's a lot less stressful on your fucking joints, lower back and knees and shit. Brisk. I'm not talking about just like a regular walk. I'm talking about like a brisk walk, faster than normal, slightly faster than normal, where you're walking about 4 or 5 miles an hour as opposed to like 3 or 2. A brisk walk from what I've seen, can be just as good as running, unless you're a fucking marathon runner.
I had to use the bathroom. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, there. We're good. All right.
But yeah, I had
brisk walking. Nick brought up walking. He walks every day. He walks at the grocery store, corner store, whatever. I brought up to him the fact that's not going to be enough. A lot of people just like walking. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's a good thing, but it's not enough.
No, but as far as like getting a fat person outside to do some kind of exercise, I would tell them to walk. Like start walking, because that's better than nothing. and at least that's something that they can do, and it's not really stressful, and it eases them into shit. You know, you got like a
right.
person.
Especially if you're easing somebody into something. No, you're 100% right. What I always default to, cycling. That's pretty fucking, well, not easy, but it's a lot less strenuous for your body to do, especially if you're just kind of like level cycling or whatever. You're not going uphill.
Yeah,
you don't have to learn how to do that.
When I lived in San Diego, I used to go mountain biking a lot, dude. It's funny as shit.
Oh, I can imagine. Mammoth Lake's kind of the same way. June Lake, I think, is the same as well. I think they have mountain biking up there as well. So I can imagine, you know, I've seen those bikes. Yeah, they're pretty much designed to go. You bike uphill, you just ride downhill. Like you don't put any energy going downhill aside from not getting yourself hit in the head with a fucking branch or something.
They're not eating shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
That can happen too. Yeah, I mean, when I was in the military, I used to do that for, you know, just for fun and shit. I didn't have shit else to do. I got into a couple of my buddies in service. They were into mountain biking. They got me into it too.
I didn't know you were into mountain biking. That's pretty cool.
I did when I was in the military. When I moved back out here, they don't have shit for mountain biking out here. Like they don't have
isn't that pretty much just flat land?
Yeah, we're about, because I live near the coast. I'm about an hour and a half away from Galveston. So, and it's basically, I think we're like 20 feet above sea level here. It's real flat.
So you have fun during this latest hurricane season. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, actually, that motherfucker missed us, man. It totally missed this area because that one last hurricane that came through a few weeks ago, right before it hit, it made landfall. It shifted like 30 miles towards Louisiana, and so it completely missed us.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it completely missed us.
I'm saying nice because it missed you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it was Hurricane Laura, I believe.
Yeah, that bitch shifted at the last minute towards Louisiana a little bit more.
Because of you know who Rogue is? RoguePrepared.com.
Yeah.
Morgan, I believe her name is. I was reading through both Joe Dolio's Your Best Friend there. I was reading through his blog, and then I was reading through hers because, again, I don't know if you noticed, I'm banned on fucking Twitter now, so I can't do anything there. So I decided to go ahead and read instead.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so I think her latest post was it was a guest post by somebody else who took a lesson from Hurricane Laura or wherever the fuck it was. By the way, one of the things that he actually brought up that I've been a big proponent of like since day fucking one.
What's that?
Shut the fuck up about the things that you have prepared for, you know, at your place. Whether it's firearms, whether it's other weapons, whether it's resources and shit. Shut the fuck up. Now, I'll put out things. I have the machetes and shit, and I'll post pictures of that because that's just me. But as far as anything else, I'm not making that shit known. I'm not putting that shit on social media. What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, really? Realize all you're doing is advertising shit people might want to fucking take later.
Yeah,
Whether you have or to defend it or not. Shut your trap, fool. Or shut your trap, fool. Shut your trap, dog. I can't remember which martial art that is.
I don't know. I just think it's, well, I mean, unless you're like really well known or something, or a lot of people know where you live. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is because, you know, who the fuck it, like most people don't, like, especially on social media, like people don't know where the fuck I live.
I mean, you know, you're not wrong. That's true. I mean, you have your face that's visible there. I know what you look like.
Yeah.
But I still have to. I think I know what your first name is actually too. Rob said it 2 times. I'm not going to say it here. By the way, I don't know why I would say it anyways. You're Bull Rush as far as I'm concerned, just as I am Bacon. But I would still have to come physically find you.
Yeah.
I have to actually visually identify you. Not only that, I have to visually identify you at your goddamn place.
Yeah.
So then you're still fucking covered. Everybody knows you're in the city that you're in. I'm not even going to say it here.
Well, I live near Houston, but
He lives near Houston.
yeah,
Not in Houston, by the way.
not in Houston, but it's still a fucking large area.
Greater Houston area, I guess you could put it that way.
Yeah, and when they say greater, well, I mean because the greater Houston area covers a lot of territory.
Good, perfect. There we go. He lives in the greater Houston area, but you still, I was still out there. And by the way, isn't that like the fourth most populous city in the United States, or something close to that? It's a pretty popular city.
I think we're sitting on like 4 million people in the population. It's
Right.
Yeah, I think it's like the fourth largest city in the country, but the county it sits in, Harris County, I think it's in. I think Harris County is the biggest county as far as population in the whole country.
Wow. Okay, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Harris County is fucking huge, man.
Shit. Okay. Well, again, we're talking about a big fucking place. Fine. We know what your face looks like. Good luck fucking finding it.
Yeah,
You know?
that's why I don't worry about like talking about guns. Because number one, I grew up talking about guns. I like talking about guns. It's a little bit of a hobby of mine, and I like talking to other
A little bit.
people about it. I don't see the point in changing my behavior because of stupid people. You know, it's like don't tell them what you. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I like guns, and I mean,
What's wrong with that?
I like talking about guns, and always have. You know, it's like how people talk about fucking bowling shit. That's the way I look at it. Like some people like bowling. I like guns. Some people like to talk about their bowling balls and shit. I like talking about guns. Some people got a pool stick collection.
As always, my especially as far as if I'm revealing somebody. By the way, I got somebody to reveal. Was it this Friday? And the only reason I'm doing it is because she's she made herself a public figure. That's the only reason I'm doing it.
Who?
Bull of Chaos.
Huh?
Bull of Chaos.
Oh.
The hottest Native American on the reservation.
Yeah.
I'll be talking about her. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing the actual 15-minute philosophy. I was doing this so people could have an idea of it, and then it just turned into this, basically, which I kind of expected would happen, which is fine. That's all good. That's what the YouTube channel's for.
Well,
What the fuck happens. Like, you know.
The reason I stayed as anonymous as I did is because my job I just got fired from, because it's a state job, and you can look up and find out where I work and stuff. And I don't think you can find out where I live, but it probably wouldn't be very hard to find that. But
I don't want people to find out where you work either, by the way. I don't want that happening. Look,
Well,
that's what
matter.
leftists do. No,
I don't work there anymore.
That's what happened to. That's what people tried to do to me a few months ago.
Yeah, see, I don't like that shit.
Exactly. That's my point. And by the way, you know, I think the reason my my Twitter account got suspended was because these fucking assholes, these mag assholes, our team, mind you, I think they fucking reported me. That's the only reason I can think of that ended up getting that my account got suspended.
I probably did.
So yeah, you know what? Again, they're no better than the fucking leftists that they fucking support. They are no better.
Well, the majority of them are fucking LARPers anyway.
Right. No, and you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I got another point to make here. Sorry to just fucking go off on another fucking tangent, but you know what?
Like those guys, those Q people and shit like that, always talking about like pedophiles and shit. I'm just like, look, man, if this shit was that bad, y'all would have done something by now. You know?
By the way, just to touch on that, did you hear the post about the Oregonian firebender?
Firebender. Oh, all those people setting fires over in Oregon?
No. This is a specific person.
No.
Basically, she's a friend of a friend. And the reason she's called the Oregonian Firebender is because she's a fire performer amongst like a million other things. And it was the post, what was it? It was the fuck was it called? The Renegade Broadcast, A Woman's Choice. Listen to that when you get a chance. Basically, she was the inspiration behind that, but there was other women that I know of. Mary Jo, you may know of. That's one of Aaron Clary's buddies. By the way, I have her number.
Who?
Just saying. One of Aaron Clary's buddies.
Okay.
She's in not Austin. Where is she? San Antonio, actually.
Oh, okay.
Then there's another woman. She's in Sacramento. I call her. She goes by Apothic Witch on Instagram. She's single now, and the reason she's single is because her former boyfriend. It's in part because her former boyfriend found out about me.
Oh.
Let's just say if she ended up here, she would have cheated on him. I'll just put it that way. And he found out about that. And she didn't like that, and she got rid of him. Now she's happy that she's single. Even she was in a relationship since she was 13 years old. She has 2 kids. And now she's happy that she's single. I think she's in her late 20s or something. But I went in this whole thing about, like, women, you guys are y'all are terrible at choosing your own fucking partners. You should have the fucking partners choose you, basically.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly.
Well, put it this way. And aside from all the innuendos by the way, Oregonian Firebender, I think she's 40 now, or maybe she's 41 now, I think. One of the best bottom ends you could fucking ask for. And I made that shit fucking known there. I still don't know if she's listened to it. Actually, she hasn't. I would have fucking known about it by now. But, even with that, I was like, look, you got a lot of shit to fucking work on before you try to find, and the reason I even did that was because she's trying to find somebody she could spend the rest of her time with and all this other stuff. Things that girls want to do. I get it. And so I try to give her the advice that she needs. By the way, it's not that far from what I fucking went through. I remember telling her it's the same thing that Rob says a lot of the times when he was trying to make everyone else happy but himself. I was like, okay, I either do what I want or I eat a fucking shotgun shell. I do what I want or I put a fucking bullet through my head. I do what I want, or me specifically, I put one knife through my heart and the other one through my temple. Ask me how I know. I was 10 when I almost did that, by the way. I know where this shit ends. Do you want to go there? Now, I don't know if he's listened to that lately, but she gave me a lot of other info, of which, Jesus Christ, What do you think is one of the worst things that could happen to a girl when she's growing up? I'll give you a hint. A stepfather, I think, was involved.
Yeah.
I don't even think we need to fucking touch on that. That happened. By the way, the mom just stood by and watched it happen, apparently. Again, there's a reason I'm not naming her. And so that happened. I got a lot more info to look at. And I don't know if I'll air it here. The reason I even aired it here to begin with is because I'm pretty sure she's not the only one that listens to this broadcast. Coach Gina, childoftruth.com, she listens to this. I think French Fries listen to us as well. A lot of other people do. But I'm doing this so I can help them. Hey, this sex is helping out more women than the actual fucking sexists are. That's the reason I'm putting that story out there. I'm not naming her or anything, but trust me, she ain't alone. Ask me how I know. She's not the only person to tell me about that shit. That's why I put it out there.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about that stuff, though.
That's why I am careful about this stuff.
Well, no, about her saying that stuff. I mean, I'm not saying she's not. I'm not saying she's lying or anything. She's probably there's a lot of girls out these days. I don't know what the deal is, but it seems like the kind of like the end thing to have some sort of past sexual trauma in their life.
No, you know what? Hang on. No, she's not lying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now. She's not lying. This is not somebody who plays the victim at all. At fucking all. I've been there. She dated somebody who lived up here. I think he lived in Vashon Island or something. She lives in, I think, Corvallis or Albany or something like that. Somewhere in that area. Let me ask you, Bull Rush. So you have a woman who has one of the tightest ass and the nicest legs, and maybe she doesn't have that much up top as far as bra size is concerned. Cute face and all that stuff. She takes care of herself. She has all these other interests, including fucking fire juggling, mind you, amongst other hobbies. And you have a woman in her late 50s who bitches at you constantly, but lives closer by. Which one are you picking, Bull Rush? Just out of curiosity.
How old is the fire tosser?
She'd be about 40 or 41 now.
Oh, no.
But that's still 15 years younger than the other one.
I wouldn't choose either of them. It really depends on how the 40-year-old, because I know there's some women that are in their 40s that look really good.
She's one of them.
Yeah.
Trust me, she's one of them.
She's one.
I haven't seen the other one. I don't know what she looks like, but
50 years old is too. It's too out of. Wow, nah, hell no.
I'll tell you this: if I had to pick, just based on what I know, I'd be picking the Oregonian Firebender. You know, I hope you're sitting down for that. Just saying.
I would go for the Firebender, but I'd have to. It would depend on how she looked.
Trust me, for her age, she looks real fucking good. I will vouch for that.
She looked good and she had a good attitude, and yeah.
Oh, she has a good attitude. By the way, I'll tell you this. As far as just her banter, like, you know, I mean, me and you both and everybody else, you go back and forth just fucking with each other and all that stuff.
Yeah.
She's real fucking good at that. I mean, really good. Like, she'll come up with shit like right off the bat, like, I don't even have a defense for her. I'm like, oh shit. What do I say against this?
Well,
She's that good. Trust
Yeah.
me, she's that fucking good.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's not my bag. I mean,
No, I'm just saying, that's just. I'm not saying that's why that's a reason you would pick her over anybody else. I'm just saying she's that fucking sharp.
yeah.
And for my books, at least, you know what? I want somebody that's that sharp. There's one thing to have Team Let 'Em Burn, like, I guess I would count myself on that because I guess I came up with it, even though I don't know where the fuck I will be on that. Bull Rush, you will be on there. Joe Dolio, Rob Says, TJ Martinell, Safety Doc, all those people, all of us, we'll be on that. But shit, she's a fucking contender, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't I don't find snark in a woman to be very
She's not snark. No, that's not what I'm saying. She's real good at banter is what I'm saying. Like I showed up with what was it? Basically a mobile bar, and that's what she called is like, you're gonna show up at your mobile bar again, or something like that. It's the way she fucking delivered the line that was really fucking good.
oh.
She's good at being one of the guys, I guess is what I'm saying.
Ugh.
She actually is good at that.
Ugh.
I don't know how to put it to make it make sense, but she's good. Trust me. Just trust me on this.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know, man. I know girls that are like that. They're like good dude bros, but they got tits. And I don't know.
She does not have tits. She has enough, but
Well, that's
she
what I'm saying though. It's like she's like one of the guys, but she's one of the guys with tits.
She can act like that, but she's still a girl. Let's put it that way.
I don't know. There's always, from my experience, girls like that, there's always a trade-off.
Well, there is. You're right.
And if they're acting more like, if they can act, if they're, hanging out with the guys and they're they act more like they prefer hanging out with the guys and stuff, chances are they're not that feminine. They don't behave that feminine.
Well, I don't know if Hot Russian X was like that. She liked hanging out more with guys. Actually, I don't know if the Oregon Firebender is like that. I know she usually, when I've met her, she's usually hanging with guys, but I don't know if she's like that in her day-to-day life. To be honest, I don't think it's a focus of hers. Now that I think about it. Suffice it to say, she's sharp enough to like actually be on Team Let 'Em Burn. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. I mean, you still bang her, but for me, like an LTR and stuff or something like that is not possible.
I don't
I
know.
don't want to tie her up or anything, which sucks.
But as far as she goes, I think what she said was basically she had to get rid of her parents because her parents abused her, basically. And I'm not even gonna get into everything she told me.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's as bad as you think it is.
Yeah.
And even worse, this is not something I haven't heard before. I've heard it a lot of times from a lot of different people. This is not uncommon. And again, this is why I came with the concept of the 95%. This is why I came with the concept of retardism. This is why I think myself, you can disagree with me or correct me if you want, genetically, this needs to be wiped out. If you want humanity to flourish, like Star Trek style or whatever, then most of it needs to be wiped out. I'm sorry to put it that way, but it does. It does. Fine. You take a fucking example like me. Okay. Actually, most of my family is pretty fucking, fairly smart, actually. Not super smart, but fairly smart. But they birthed a super genius like me, where I'm clocking at 160 IQ, you know, where 140 is fucking genius. I thought 160 was genius. Apparently 140 is genius now. I didn't know. I don't make the rules, okay? I'm just looking at it. But if I decided to have kids, guess what? They may clock in like 130 at the most. It's always going to regress to the mean. Apply that to most of humanity. Most people are going to lean to the left, of which, you know, we want to fight for the little guy, and that's why we want to have more laws for everyone else. And we apply that to the right, of which you saw during the Patriot thing. We say the right things, but we do the same things the fucking left does. And then you have the libertarians, who kind of reject both of those, but they still somehow fuck that up. You look at what most people do, and what does it look like? It's the same fucking thing. It's the same bullshit. It's the same rigmarole. And it's genetic. Boros, did you read the rough draft that I put up there?
Yeah.
So, hopefully, well, let me know. You remember what I talked about my brother, right?
Yeah. How they, yeah, because they got pissed at you because you didn't fall in line with their political views.
Oh, it wasn't there. It was him. It was just him.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not lying. That happened.
Yeah, it happens.
Now, again, just for anybody who doesn't know, my brother is fully black. My mother remarried with a fully black person who I'm still in good relations with. He lives in the Lancaster, Palmdale area. We're still in good conditions with. Which I think he still lives out there. Or somewhere in the area. But yeah. I remember when he wasn't even born. He was still in my mother's stomach. Or mother's womb, rather. I helped him learn certain fucking words. That's how close we were. We lived in the same fucking house. And literally the last time I saw him, this is last year. It was in November, I believe. It was, yeah. My mom's now husband asked what my politics were. And I told him, I'm unbound. I think both sides are retarded and a lot of the ones in between. And so I don't identify with any of them. And so that ended up triggering him. That's what happened. And I got called every name under the fucking sun as far as black people that don't follow black culture. Coon.
It's a herd mentality, dude.
It is. Yes, you're right. And that's what happened. You know what happened afterwards? Once it got to the point where like it got really to like a pressure point there,
What happened?
He left. The other option was he was going to start throwing fists, and keep in mind, he actually was a student of mine at my martial arts class at one point.
That's why you
So
don't
he
talk,
knows what I can fucking do.
that's why you don't talk politics with family, dude.
I didn't come up with that. I didn't.
I know.
Somebody else did.
I would have just see. I wouldn't even. I don't even entertain those kind of questions like that. I said I just tell them I have my, I have my stances on different subjects, and just tell them.
You know what? You're right.
I'm not
You're right.
beholden.
I
I'm not beholden
did
to.
that.
I'm not beholden.
You're right. I should have done that. I should have did that, but
you gotta learn when to, man. You gotta learn to pick your battles, man. You're young, but you'll find out. You gotta learn to pick your battle on Twitter, with family, everybody. And sometimes it's okay to not answer a question. Sometimes it's okay to say, I'm not going to answer that question. You know
what? Boris, you're right. You're right. You're 100% right. I'm not going to argue against that. You're right. The only reason I answered it the way I did was because I thought that would be okay. I thought that would be the most neutral. That's what I thought going into that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm unbound. What does that mean? I don't subscribe to any politics. You would think that'd be okay. I guess not.
No, because even with something like that can set people off, man. That's how wrapped up they are about it.
That's exactly what happened. What I found out is that when you subscribe to not being put in any kind of box, that makes people try to put you in a box. That's exactly what happens. And that's exactly what happened here. That's what he tried to do. And then when he failed, he left the house crying. I'm not kidding. He left the house in fucking tears. He left the house for like 30 fucking minutes.
Now, see, that's more a problem that he has than anything to do with you, because he's got to question why that's so important. Why is politics so important to him over family? He's putting a premium on politics over his own family members.
My point exactly.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You want to guess what happened when he came back?
Wait, after he stopped crying, I don't know.
I actually went and looked for him. I couldn't find him.
I wouldn't have looked for him.
When he went outside.
Yeah.
When he came back, I talked to my mom's now husband. I talked with. Look, this is why I do things the way I do them now. This is why I identify as unbound and all that shit. Things that I told you. And this is why I do things. This is why I address people the way that I do, because that's how it fucking happens. That's why I do things the way I do, because of what I've had to deal with. And this is no different. And then guess what? Guess who rings the fucking doorbell? It was him. And guess who answered the fucking door? If you guessed me, you won a prize. I was there. I answered the door. And you know what he did? He took one look at me, dropped his eyes, ran towards his fucking room and closed the door.
How old is he?
I'm 33. He's 6 years younger than me, so 26, 27, something like that. Yes, I know. He should have had his shit together. He doesn't. I'll put that out there. He doesn't.
It sounds like you let stupid shit get to him too much. Even for someone his age, I don't know.
What can I say? You're 100% right. He came back. I answered the door. He made eye contact with me for like a second, dropped his eyes, and then ran towards his bedroom and closed the door.
He sounds like
wrote the article Family. It's in one of the This Week's in Philosophy things. I'll be bringing it up at some point. I'll make it its own post, but I wrote about it already, but by the time I woke up, he was gone.
Yeah, it sounds like he doesn't
He
have.
disappeared by the time I wrote about him.
It sounds like he doesn't know how to handle like conflict and
No
Yeah.
shit!
people having a different opinion than him. You know, it's not the end of the fucking world, man. That's all that people don't understand.
You would think so.
Not
Hey,
everyone-
me and you have fucking differing opinions, and we don't have this fucking problem. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure you could have a fucking drinking in person, and we'll just be fucking fine.
Well, you remember like early. You remember yesterday you had that Twitter post of that girl, I think, where she was like anorexic and then she got like fat. But you say you'd still hit that, and I'm just like, nah.
I'll be honest, she did not look fat. Just my personal
Yeah.
personal analysis, she did not look fat. Maybe she could have lost a pound or two.
She will lose about 20 pounds.
20 pounds? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Bull Rush thinks she can lose 20 pounds. My thing, she can lose maybe 2 or 3.
That's the whole point
I
though.
don't
Like,
know.
I think she looks good that way. I think she loses 20 pounds, but it doesn't matter because it's like
There were no like
I'd
fat
probably,
flaps on her or anything.
I'd probably still hit. I don't know, but I'd probably still hit. But the thing is, it's like that's
Hey,
fine.
even though we disagree on that, you know what? At least we're fucking talking about it.
Yeah, and we can
We're not calling
agree.
each other names about it, you know?
We can agree to disagree on stuff because it's just about personal taste and everything, just personal choice of what people, just preferences. You know, I'd still hit it, but you know.
Well, we talked about that before. Hey, you're
I
gonna have the chicks that can, sneak into like real tight spaces. I'm gonna pick the ones that can squat a fucking Honda Civic. That's what we're gonna fucking have. Okay, fine. And
Oh,
even
yeah.
then, it's like we're at least talking. Hey, we're at least talking about it. You know. If
Yeah.
we disagree about it, we at least are talking about it. We're not just fucking trashing each other. We're not saying, oh, you know what? Bull Rush, he's a piece of shit and go fuck himself for whatever reason. And you're not going like, hey, there's this guy got called the goddamn bacon and go fuck him and because he's an asshole for this fucking reason. We're not doing that to each other, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just agree to disagree and just people have different tastes and stuff.
Even though we didn't agree to disagree, is like, fuck, we still agree with each other somehow.
Yeah.
You know?
Fine, I don't expect you to have.
It's fine.
I don't expect you to have the same preferences in females that I do. And that's fine.
You have all the preferences for the skinny chicks with the big boobs. I'm gonna have the thick chicks with the nice ass, and we're fucking fine, and we're okay with that. It's all good.
I don't like real skinny chicks anyway. I've never it's never been my bag.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll correct that. Sorry, my mistake. I'll correct that. By the way, I'm okay of saying I'm bad. You know what? I got that wrong as far as Bull Rush is concerned. He doesn't like just straight up skinny chicks. I'm going to correct what I said about him. I'm going to put that out there. You know what? Bull Rush, I said Bull Rush, he likes the skinny chicks that has the big boobs. He says he doesn't like the skinny chicks all that much. And so what I'm going to say, okay, I said Bull Rush likes the skinny chicks, but I was wrong. And so he doesn't like that, so I'm going to retract that. So he doesn't just like the skinny chicks. He likes chicks with big boobs, among which, who doesn't like big boobs? Trust me, women like big boobs. Trust me. Ask me how I know. But I'm going to correct that.
I like all the way up to a good D cup. That's
D
fine.
cup is good. Double D, that started border on too much.
Double D's, I mean, it's just hard to maintain them, you know.
It is, yes.
They get floppy too fast, man.
Ask me how I know.
Ask me how I know.
Oh, you're right.
Bitch, we get a goddamn breast lift by the time she's 23. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
You gotta pay for that shit, though.
Yeah,
I don't want to deal with that. I don't know about you.
It's about $5,000.
I don't want to deal with this.
It's about $5,000. I've already looked it up.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, it's as far as the girls that are bodybuilder girls, I don't get down with that. Like, they look too masculine to me.
Sorry, I gotta defend the bodybuilder girls. I have to. I'm sorry, I have to. And here's the reason why. Look, as much they can build themselves up as much as they want. And you've seen the girl that I promoted. I will always promote her as much as I can. Peanutphysique.com. That's the one I'll promote. She's going to get as built as anyone can. Here's the thing. She's still going to look feminine. She's going to have the big arms, or built arms, as much as she can have. Built legs, especially built legs. That's what I will look for.
Yeah, well, I can agree with you there. I like good, well-formed legs.
Okay. Wait a minute. You argue with me like a few months ago against that.
Yeah, there's a difference between having a girl having toned legs and having fucking She-Hulk fucking legs where the goddamn hip flexor is poking out of her fucking leg all the time.
Well, I'm not saying that.
And the other thing I have against, I don't like the bodybuilder girls. That most of those girls are on PEDs, which means they're on some form of testosterone.
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying your girl, but I'm saying most of the kind of girls in general, they're on some sort of performance enhancing gear in order to build the mass. Because girls don't have enough fucking testosterone naturally to put on a lot of muscle mass. They can tone up and build.
That's what I'm saying. No, unless you're on testosterone, you're not going to put on a shit ton of a muscle mass. You're going to build enough that's going to be attractive to the male species, i.e., me and you.
And it shrinks their titties too. That's why I don't like it.
But aside from that, you have to really fucking try. You have to put on. You have to do a lot of fucking other drugs. You have to do a lot of more exercising to put on that much.
Oh yeah.
And as far as Peanut Physique, that's about as far as you're gonna get. And keep in mind, she's 5'3". She's Nick Schulander's height. So
she's a pocket.
It's real fucking easy for her to make it look like she's bulky because she's fucking short. That's why.
She's a squatty body. I got you.
Exactly. She's short as shit.
Yep, squatty body. She's probably got little squatty legs too.
Well, she is. Ask her.
Yeah. That's fine. Pick her up, put her in your pocket.
As far as anyone else,
You throw her all the way across the room.
sorry. Nicole Vissier, by the way, look her up. She's not a fitness model. She's kind of just a model. I think she's 5'7" or something. But she has decent freaking legs. I don't think she has very toned legs. She's not a fucking. She can't squat a Honda Civic, basically.
Yeah, I'm fine with
But
that.
she's got pretty decent legs. That's fine. I'm not saying you have to squat a whole fucking house to be somebody that I would consider a model. That's not what I'm saying. Just have something fucking there that's decent. That's all I'm saying. So fine, I follow somebody that's like a peanut physique, you know.
At least have an ass to bounce a quarter off of. How hard is that?
Oh, you could bounce a quarter off of Peanut's ass. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
If you've seen her ass, you can guarantee that.
Yeah.
But a lot of the models that I follow, it's the same way. That's what I pick. That's why Cappy likes them.
Yeah.
I don't pick females. I pick the ones that could do that.
There you go.
I say.
Yeah, I don't like skinny girls a whole lot. Bitches look like rails.
I don't either. I can't stand that. And by the way, I mean, I live in the United States just like you do, so we do a lot of fat chicks and all this stuff. So maybe skinny chicks would be a little bit more welcome.
Oh, well,
I
yeah.
don't like that either.
Oh, no shit.
We don't want skinny chicks here. I want somebody that has a little bit of meat on their bones, really. And I want that meat to be in the form of muscle. Sorry, that's just how I am. That's how I was when the Hot Russian X was around. That's how I was when Bowl of Cats was around. That's how I am now. So fine, somebody's skinny. They could be from fucking North Korea. Who knows?
I mean, it really not, as long as they're not fat, dude. I mean, that's the bar. It's been set pretty low. As long as they're not fucking obese, like clinically obese. Because girls, to not be considered overweight, a girl has to have a body fat percentage of 24% or less. That means almost. Yeah, well, I mean, a 24 BMI is not that hard to attain. You know, it's not much at all. Guys have to, I think, be at like 18 or something. I'm going by what we had in the military. So in the military,
It's less for guys, really?
what?
It's less for guys.
Yeah, because guys are supposed to carry less fat than women. Women have tits. What do you think that's made of? Tits are made of mostly adipose tissue and mammary glands.
Right.
But
No, I get what you mean.
but they're supposed to carry more fat tissue than guys are anyway. And I think for girls, it's like 24, having a 24 BMI or a body fat percentage of 24. I mean, it's like they're supposed to have more than guys are. I think guys are supposed to have like 18 or 20. If they're over 18 or 20, I think they're considered overweight. And then they get 25.
And then showing off shit that they don't show off in person anyways. What the
What?
fuck?
Do what?
That's supposed to be for men showing off things that they don't show off in person anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. Most guys aren't at that anyway, though. Most guys average guys are much fatter than that. And that even goes for the skinny fat guys.
I've seen a lot of them. Ask me how I know.
Oh yeah. But yeah, the girls are I forget who was saying that shit, but like the average girl now in America is like 5 foot, like 5'3" or 5'4", and they're like 170 pounds. That's the average of how much a guy weighed like back in the 60s or 70s, man.
Oh my god.
Not. I mean, 170 pounds. That's almost as much as a man sometimes. It's crazy.
I'm 10 pounds over that. It's
Huh? Yeah, but you're like 6'2", aren't you?
yeah.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be. You're not five. You're not like 5'4". Yeah, there's nearly a foot of difference.
He's around an area as well.
Yeah, because you're.
Which he's working on, by the way.
Do what?
But no, you're right. Just looking at myself, I'm around that weight, and I'm taller than the average citizen.
You're what? You're taller than what?
I'm taller than the average citizen. The average citizen was like 5'9" or something, 5'8".
Oh well, for a man in America, like you're in like the, what was it? I think you're in like the top 6% as far as height, male height in America. You're in single digits. I'm 6'1", so that puts
Really?
me, yeah, I'm 6'1", and that puts me in a 12 to 14% range. Most guys,
You're only shorter than I am then.
huh?
You're only an inch shorter than I am then. I'm gonna guess you're even denser than I am, just based on what I've seen.
Yeah,
You look like you weigh more than I do, at least as far as what I've seen.
I probably do. I haven't weighed myself lately.
Believe
last
it.
time last time I weighed myself, I was like 212 or something like that.
You're 212. Oh yeah, you definitely weigh more than I do.
That was
By far.
that's pre-Rona too, though. So
I'm under 185 pounds.
that's good. You probably do it. You could probably do it. Probably gaining some fucking mass. Get up around 200. It'll be in beast mode.
You're shorter than me, but you weigh more than 20 pounds more than I do. That's interesting. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, when I was in the military, I weighed around, what was it, like fucking 205, 210. But the thing was,
What am I right now? Actually, hang on.
I think for my height, I need to be around like 180 or 190. That shit, I've never been that light ever.
I'll be something when I weigh myself in this morning, but what am I now? Oh, there we go. 185.4 pounds. By the way, I've been drinking a shit ton of water. And I still have whatever the hell I need to eat later. So yeah, there's that. 185.4 pounds right now. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. And there it goes. Sorry. Dropped the phone. There we go. I'm gonna eat. Oh, is she still there?
Yeah. What's going on?
Okay, I thought I lost you. Sorry.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
I was just reading something on this fucking site.
All right.
What are you
I'm
doing?
gonna this what do you call it? This
You weighing yourself?
well, hopefully I don't cook myself, but you know that could happen. I'm gonna try to. There we go. I'm just gonna cook a bunch of sausages. Fuck it. You know what?
Really?
I realize.
You like sausage, huh?
You know what? I'll take the bait. I do. Yeah. Sausage is good, man. Nothing wrong with it. I'll take that bait. But you know what? As far as the protein sparing fast goes, I had actually kind of skated along with it because I was taking beer, wine, and all this stuff, and that all has carbs in it. So what I'm gonna have to do is go back to what I was doing with what do you call it?
You can drink vodka. It doesn't have any carbs or anything in it.
Carbs? Yeah, you're right. Vodka is one of those things that doesn't have calories. Bourbon is one of those, and so is tequila. Those are the two things I'm going to be going to. And to go with that will be, what do you call it? Seltzer waters. So if you talk about beers, beer is going to have its own carbs. So will wine. Wine will have its own carbs as well. So I'll have to switch to those for like the next couple of weeks. But until then, I'm going to enjoy other things that it's at least close to it, but who cares? In this case, sausages. I forget what kind these are. But, hey, they fucking work. By the way, we're at the halfway mark, and you're coming to the Salt Lake sit down or wherever it is called, right?
No, because if I this one job offer I have, if I take it, I won't be able to do it leaving. I won't get any time off until for like the next 6 weeks if I start with them, because it's like
No, shit, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, but I have a bunch of different liquors that I've been infusing. This is only the latest one.
nice.
I don't think this is the best one that I've made, but it's still a good one. Damn, that sucks. I thought you'd be able to get a chance to come try this. That sucks.
Just send me some in the mail. Put it in a flask and send it to me. Fucking ATF me knocking on your door.
Wait a minute. Hey, I was supposed to buy a razor from you in person, man. What the fuck? Wait, how's that gonna happen if you're not gonna show up there?
I don't know, man. I need to pay bills though.
Oh fuck.
I know it sucks. We'll probably be doing. We'll probably. There's probably going to be something next year, and less than that, I can go to.
Look, you know what though? Here's the thing about Team Let 'Em Burn. Like you and me and other people, like we'll figure it the fuck out. I'll figure out how to pay you. You'll figure out how to send me the fucking razor. We'll figure that shit the fuck out.
Well, I know how to send a razor. It's not that hard.
Well, yeah, there's that.
You just
There's
have
me on my end. That's what we have to figure out. I'll have to figure that shit out. And guess what? I'll figure it the fuck out. I figured out for everything else. I'll figure out for this.
I mean, if you can put like $50 together or save it and put in your piggy bank.
Turn these over.
I could probably find some. You know, that's what's crazy though, is that all the straight razors I have in my personal collection, the one I use the most is a tiny little fucking wedge razor, a near wedge razor. I forget what company makes it. It's they call it an Olean wedge, but I use that motherfucker more now than anything else.
Really?
Yeah, it's less than half an inch in width. It's a tiny little fucking thing, but I usually around my beard and stuff, and it's wonderful. But I really can't. I can use them, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to use a broader blade right there. I got some 6/8 and 7/8 blades, like fucking meat cleavers.
By the way, if I remember correctly, you have a pretty nice beard going. It's not like the, what do you call it? The pictures that you have up there, like you kind of have like the goatee or whatever. You actually have a full-on beard going, so that's what you have to maintain right now.
Yeah. Well,
if I remember correctly.
I started growing the beard out whenever I found the barber I'm at now, because he's really good at what he does. And yeah, he handles my beard and everything. This dude, he's fucking. I love this guy. I told him to never leave. I want him to stay here forever. Because it's hard to find a good barber, and it's even harder to find a good barber that knows how to trim a beard properly. But yeah, it takes that's the thing about a beard, man. It's like to have a good one, it takes a lot of upkeep. You know.
By the way, another thing I want to throw in there. Last couple of days, I had to wear a respirator. Pretty sure you know about this.
Yeah.
You can't have too much facial hair if you have to wear a respirator, because you have to have a good seal on that.
Right.
I had to do the same thing within the last couple of days.
I told you duct tape. That's the answer.
All right. Well, I didn't do duct tape, but you know, I did it with my own respirator. I have a goatee, but I have it cut to the point where you could still under it, basically.
Yeah.
So I had to do that. Now, this is not convince anyone else. Hey, this is a person who actually knows what you do when you have sensitive lungs to this shit. By the way, my lungs are actually sensitive to this fucking smoke that's going around, let alone any respiratory illnesses.
Yo, it's sensitive to everything, dude. That fucking smoke is no good for anyone.
It's particularly for me. I can't deal with it.
Yeah.
So I have to have a fucking respirator. I have to.
Honestly, everyone should be probably wearing one.
They should be, but just saying. I kind of have to do that.
Because you're right next door.
And so I know about this shit. That's why I know about it. I know how to mount one of these. I know how to make sure, you know, for example, if a nerve agent gets dropped in my fucking town and I have to put one of these on, I know how to put one on. That's how far my knowledge goes as far as that goes.
Yeah, I know because
Just saying.
we used to run the military every year. You had to qualify in the gas chamber and stuff. And yeah, that was one of
that too. You want to tell us more about that?
well, there's not much to tell. I think the Army does. I think they all do it. But every year you have to qualify in the gas chamber. It's basically you go in this structure, it's like a tent or some shit, and basically you got a guy in there. He's popping OC or CS gas, which is what they use for riot control and shit. Like when you on TV when you see
right.
Whenever they start shooting the canisters of gas, that's CS gas, and basically it burns everything. Like if it makes contact with your skin, it burns. If you breathe it in, you're gonna have a fucking bad day, unless you're used to. Now you can build up resistance to it because the guys, the Marines that would administer the gas that would pop the gas pills, they're fucking in there without a respirator on because they're used to it. They don't have a mask or anything.
Really?
Yeah, you can build a tolerance to it.
Okay.
You can build a tolerance to it.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm pretty sure. Just based on how my lungs basically handle this shit. It's like if I can see it in the air,
well, that's what this shit is.
Basically, my lungs would be pissed off about it.
And the thing is, like, they call it CS gas, but it's really not a gas. It's a very fine powder. It's just a very, very fine powder, and so it's not technically not a gas. The thing is, once it makes contact with your face, like you start like just snot starts pouring out of your fucking nose. Your eyes tear up. It fucks up with your sinuses for a while, for a few days. If you got any congestion or anything, it's gonna blow it all out. And then you breathe it in your lungs. It feels like you're fucking ingesting fire into them. So, and we have to, and part of the part of that process to pass and stuff, you go in there with a gas mask on, and then you take it off after they pop the gas or the powder pellets, and then you have to stand there and breathe it in, and then you have to put your mask back on and clear it. And it doesn't sound like much, but if you're under stress and you're fucking feel like you're choking to death, and your fucking skin's burning, you got snot bubbles coming out of your nose, pouring out of your nose. It's kind of hard to focus and clear that goddamn mask.
You're right. You're under stress, so that's exactly what you want to be checked under that. You're under stress.
Yeah, definitely. So you got to clear that mask out and create a good seal for it. You got to do it as fast as possible.
That's something I know about.
And I had to do taser. I had to qualify on the taser every year, and OC spray. I got sprayed in the fucking face with OC spray. It's not pepper spray. Pepper spray is different. It's got capsaicin in it. This shit's OC spray. This is shit they put in bear mace.
Oh, so it's even worse.
Yeah, it's what cops use. The pepper balls and shit. That's OC.
Oh, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, that shit is what they would have us do is that for qualification they would have us they would spray us real good, then we'd have to fight off and do like a mock fight off an attacker and shit. So we would be fighting on the ground for a few minutes because you had to learn. We had to be able to, in case we had to fight somebody, in case you got sprayed in the face while you're trying to arrest a subject and they're fighting you. Because sometimes that fucking spray doesn't go exactly where you want it to from the sprayer, and it can get in your eyes. So we had to be prepared to.
Well, that's the idea. I would imagine.
Do what?
Now that's the idea, I would imagine.
Well, if you're in close quarters or something like that and you can't use a gun, you're fighting or having a suspect who's fighting back against you. And let's say you got a partner there and they pull their mace, they pull their spray out, and they try to spray him, and you're gonna get hit. You know,
All right.
you're gonna get something because it's pretty wide spray, but you can bet on getting hit a little bit somewhere. And if you get in anywhere near your eyes and shit, it's gonna shut you down.
I'll
Yeah.
bet.
And
I mean, again, that's the idea. You know, you're right about that.
even if you breathe it in, it sucks. Breathing it in sucks too. It's just a bad day, a really bad day. And like with the gas chamber that we pulled, the thing about the CS gas too, I forgot to tell you this, like anything that you're wearing that day when you go to qualify inside the gas chamber, you have to go back to the barracks and immediately wash that shit multiple times to get that fucking powder off. Otherwise, if you go, any kind of gear that you have, any kind of clothing that you have, it all has to be fucking washed numerous times to get that shit out. Otherwise, if you just wash it once in the washing machine and go put it back on, it's going to burn your skin. And
The shit that you wore to this
to the gas chamber, yeah, because that's what I'm saying, is a powder, and so it's such a fine powder that it can get on your skin and fucking in the fiber of your clothing that you're wearing. That's how fine it is. If you're sweating, it makes it worse. The burning's worse if you start sweating.
Wow, really?
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but if you get hit with CS gas, don't fucking pour water on it, dude. I mean, unless that's all you got, but you don't want to rub it, you don't want to touch it. It's akin to having, like, if it's on your skin, it's akin to having like a sunburn. That's like the pain level of it. It's kind of like having a sunburn all over you.
And that's probably a nice way of putting it.
It's fucking uncomfortable. Well, it's not debilitating, but it's just the kind of pain. If it's on your skin, I would say it's equivalent to like a good sunburn. It's just uncomfortable as fuck. So when you got a gas tank, you gotta.
By the way, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, you gotta go back and wash all your shit really good. You gotta run it through the washer like 3 or 4 times. Any kind of gear that you have, you better scrub the living shit out of it.
Just saying.
Because you're gonna find out shortly after that the guys who did a good job and the ones who didn't, because they're gonna be uncomfortable the next time they wear all that shit again. And the taser is, well, fucking taser's a taser. They didn't shoot us with the barbs. They just hit us with the regular taser, and that's kind of not fun.
Kinda.
It's kind of not fun. It's not as bad as the other stuff. I think the OC spray was the worst one. It kind of fucks you up. It kind of fucks you up. It fucked you up for a couple days.
Bull Rush, he's talking about his experiences. He thinks this is just kind of run of the mill shit, and he's like, ain't that bad, Oh, we went through this, and it's not that bad. It's all good. Okay, fine. Nothing serious.
It's nothing that's going to kill you. It's just all this stuff, it just makes you really uncomfortable, and that's kind of the whole point. Is to be able to perform under stress and be able to perform when you're really uncomfortable, like really uncomfortable. Because
true, that's what you want if you're work at the military. Shit, when you need to actually get things done, you need to get things done. I understand that.
Because I mean, your life's dependent. because like especially when you get hit with mace or pepper spray or anything like that, your first thought is to like just stop and start rubbing your eyes and shit. But that could mean if you do that, that's bad things. So it's just mainly just to get you acclimated to how that feels if you happen to ever get hit by that stuff. I mean, you're gonna have it's gonna be a bad day either way, but it is what it is.
It is.
And the taser, we just had a guy. You just stand up there and a guy on each side, a buddy on each side just holds you. One takes one arm, one takes the other, and they don't take your arm. They don't touch you, but they stand beside you, and because you're gonna lock up, basically. You might pass out.
Maybe.
First time I did, I passed out. Second time I did, I didn't pass out. My body just locked
You
up.
passed out the first time? Really?
Huh?
You passed out the first time?
Briefly, yeah, for like 3. I think because I hit the ground. Well, I didn't hit the ground, but my buddies caught me. And it was just real brief. It was probably like for 2 seconds. Then I came back.
Okay, got you.
I mean, I've had chokeholds put on me because you gotta practice that shit. So
Yes.
I've been choked out with the rear naked chokes and stuff like that. I've been passed out. I know what that feels like. A lot. You just go to sleep, man.
Oh, no.
That's what got me whenever they were starting to bitch about the chokeholds that police are not allowed to use. I'm like, how do you take that out of their toolbox, dude? Because that's like the most humane way that I know of.
Wait, they took the chokeholds out of Marine training or what?
No. I'm talking about civilian law enforcement because a lot of departments no longer, or they banned the chokehold. Cops. They banned civilian cops. A lot of departments and cities and stuff have banned the use of cops using the chokehold on suspects, and I don't understand why they do that because I don't know any other more humane way.
Well, that's kind of one of their fucking. That's part of the repertoire. Why would you take that out?
I don't know because it's got bad connotations of it. Because police officers, civilian law enforcement are not that well trained on it.
Christ.
And the thing is, it's like if you take that away from them, like the only other things I know that cops can do is like pain compliance or fucking blunt force trauma.
There's either pain compliance or there's
blunt force trauma.
What do you call it?
But even with that stuff,
you break them basically.
Yeah, but the thing is though, is that even
you break bones and you break like their fucking nerves and all this shit. That's what you do that instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And that's a lot more controversial, but that's gonna work a lot better than pain compliance, which is what you want to do in the first place. Is what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, well, here's the thing though: is like you can run across suspects that they're fucking drunk, they're high, they're on some type of dope, or they've got like a mental condition where they're out of their fucking mind, and they don't feel pain. That's the problem. Like,
that's a problem. Pain compliance. Then you have to go with the incapacitation. That's what it is called.
And that's hard. That's hard to, even with blunt force trauma. That's hard to do because the body's very resilient, and if they're out of their fucking mind or they're high on drugs and stuff, they won't.
Depends on what you break.
You'll damn near have to hit them in such a way
that fucking stops them. Now that's not very PC, but that will fucking stop them.
What?
You break a femur, or you break their pelvis, or break something else that is kind of.
It takes a lot of force to do that. Even with a weapon, even with an asp, it takes a lot of force to do that. Those are major bones in the body, and those are hard to break.
Those are major bones, but it depends on how you apply the force. some angles, it does not take that much force to actually break those bones. Rose, ask me how I know. Like a femur, that's probably one of the strongest bones to actually break. It doesn't take that much force to break it. It takes some force, but not that much.
And the other thing you got to worry about too is if you start breaking, especially like with the femur, if you go to break a femur, you have major arteries that run parallel very closely to that femur bone.
There are a lot of them. And that's one of there's you can cut people along those artery lines.
Yeah.
Those are major artery lines, and people can bleed out if you cut those out.
Absolutely. That's why you don't want to break. If you break their femur, you run a risk of having bone chips from that break, cutting those arteries.
There's that too. Yeah, you're right.
And they can bleed out internally, and not even.
You're right. You're right about that.
So how is that better than using a chokehold? Because the thing about a chokehold, like your blood choke, is that it doesn't matter how high they are, how fucking out of their mind they are. That shit works on everybody 100% of the time. I don't care if they're fucking Superman. You can put a chokehold on them, and if you do it properly, they'll go out within seconds.
Well, no, if you're talking about like doing law enforcement, yeah, you're probably right. I was thinking more along the lines of, fuck it, kill everybody so you can get out of there.
Oh no, I'm just talking about law.
No, you're right. You're right in what you're saying. If you're doing law enforcement and you're trying to maybe keep this person alive or whatever, yeah, you're right. The way you said to do things, you're right. You're 100% right.
It's hard to submit. It's hard to submit somebody just normally. You know, trying to submit somebody who's either high or drunk or out of their fucking mind. It's hard to do 1-on-1. It's really hard. It's almost hard to do 2 or 3-on-1. I mean,
you're right, and that's what I was saying. You don't even bother. But you know, if you're gonna do what you were saying, then you're right. You know, try to cut that airway off. Try to get their knees under them. Try to choke them out if you can. You can do that. But that takes a lot more fucking effort. What I was saying was just cut them up. That's what I was saying. And that's not the situation you want to put everybody under, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're just trying to submit them to the point you can get a pair of handcuffs on them. You know, you're not. Right. We're not fighting in the fucking octagon. even if they're crazy.
We're not even talking about. Mine was like, no, like I'm not fucking with this. Like, no, I'm taking you out. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking die. You know. I'm cutting you the fuck up. I don't care if you live or not. I mean that's what I defaulted to. Now you're talking about something else. You know, you're talking about maybe law enforcement has to get involved. You know, you got to detain this person so they can stand trial later. Maybe if that's the case, I'm not sure if that's what you meant. I was like, nah, I don't have time for that. I'm cutting your ass up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. If it's like a 1-on-1 thing, yeah, it's that. Yeah, that scenario there. It's fucking street rules. Anything goes, man.
Exactly.
Shit. Yeah, you're fighting for your life. So
that's the point. Yeah, it's like I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. Therefore, I don't have time to think about what could happen later. Whether this person should stand trial later, you know, whether they have a family or something. I don't have time to think about that. This person is threatening my fucking life, and it's either his life or mine. That's what's in my fucking mind.
Yeah.
And so if that comes out, no, I'm cutting you the fuck up. I don't care. Now, what happens later, that happens later. But as far as that fucking moment, somebody's getting carved up, and Guess what? You're gonna look more like a fucking totem than I am. As
Well,
far as I can tell. Just saying.
It's like the saying goes, better be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Exactly.
There's no, that's a whole different can of worms right there.
I mean, I'm sorry to throw that out there. You know, I don't know. I think that threw something in your works there, but I'm sorry, but I mean, that's where my mind goes. Is like, you know what? I don't have time to fucking worry. I don't have time to wait to see what you're gonna fucking do before I do anything about it.
Yeah, if you're just like a civilian or something like that, a regular person, and someone's attacking you or some shit.
It doesn't matter. You could be a civilian, it could be a citizen, it could be a fucking military person. Especially a military person. You don't have the time to worry about what the other person's gonna do. Maybe you have enough time to, you know, use the First Amendment or whatever, your voice as the buffers, like, hey, I can hear you just fine from here. And then they keep advancing. Maybe you have this. Maybe you have that luxury.
We have a little bit more leeway in the military when I was in there than civilian cops. Civilian law enforcement are incredibly restrained for the job that they have to do dealing with people. Like it's one of the reasons why I did not go into law enforcement after I got out of the military. It's just too unrestrained. I mean, I have cousins in law enforcement. I have an uncle. He used to be the mayor or the chief of police for a city out here for a couple years. And he quit that shit because it was too political. But yeah, he was in law enforcement his whole life too. And I got cousins that are in law enforcement. It's not worth it, man. The shit that you see and the people that you got to deal with on a daily basis, it changes you, and it's not for the better. That's why cops have such a high divorce rate relative to general population of people. It's a shitty job for shitty pay.
Wow.
And personally, I don't like the idea of having to fucking be a fucking hall monitor for adults. I never liked that shit.
I feel you. Same way. I got enough issues dealing just myself. You know, why would I want to have to deal with somebody else?
No, like I said, I mean, you don't in that job you don't get to see. You pretty much get to see the worst in people almost on a daily basis. And doing that shit, it makes you very jaded and cynical.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. And I've heard that same sentiment a lot. So I understand.
And you will eventually bring that shit home to your family and stuff. I don't care what anyone says. That shit catches up to you.
And by the way, if you have a family, you know, that's kind of unfair to them because they didn't fucking earn that shit. They didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
Whether it's your wife or whether it's your kids or whatever, they don't deserve what you're bringing back to them. They didn't do anything for that to happen.
Yeah, it's not all the time, but I mean, it should just.
But it's enough. That's the thing.
Because I know some cops that they're really good. They don't even bring it home, dude. I don't see how they. And they've been cops for many years, and they're some of the most cheerful fucking people you'll ever meet. So it affects
I've been
everybody.
the champion of the cops for like a long fucking time now.
Do what?
Maybe not a long enough time, but as long as I've been out here, you know, I've had my own fear of the cops when I was in LA for the obvious reasons. But now at least I understand what they were going through, why they treated me the way they did because of the people that, you know, look like me.
They don't know you. It's not. It's nothing. That's what people don't understand. It's nothing personal. Cops.
Right.
One of the main
That's
things
what I'm saying.
they have. There's a saying with law enforcement. There's no such thing as a routine traffic stop.
No.
That,
No, there isn't.
you talk to any cop, and they've heard that and they've said it hundreds of times. There's no such thing. They don't know who you are, man. It's not personal.
Right.
That's what people don't understand. They think it's a personal thing.
Hey,
But
for the longest time, I didn't know that.
cops just
I didn't know that.
At the end of the day, cops just want to go home.
A lot of the old stereotypes, and you know what? I was wrong.
Yeah,
I was wrong to go with that. And even then, I even knew at least an idea of what they had to do with.
because my dad was like when I was a teenager and stuff, even before I started driving and stuff. My dad told us a few times, like, look, you ever get pulled over by the cops? It's yes sir, no sir. If he asks you to do something, if he asks you to jump, you ask how high. You know, you do everything
How
he
about
says.
this? You know what? I want to pull up my what do you call it? My car's registration that's in the glove box usually. Do I have permission to go in the glove box?
Oh, I got.
Because where my hands are on the steering wheel. Do I have permission to take my hands off the steering wheel and put them in the glove box to give you my registration
Yeah.
and insurance and all that stuff?
Yeah, because I got pulled over last November. I got pulled over in a subdivision near about a half mile away from my house by a constable, and I had my gun and shit on me. That's not. I mean, I have a license and everything, but still, it was like 12:30 at night, and he pulled me over in a subdivision. I was going like 10 miles over the speed limit, and
That's it.
yeah, and but it was in a residential area, so they don't like that shit. I was doing 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
And
a little.
And yeah, he asked me. Well, you don't have to ask for registration and insurance here. He wanted to see my license though, and I had my wallet in between my legs on the car seat, and I had my hands up on the steering wheel, and I told us, hey officer, I got my my wallet's right there between my legs. Can I take my hand and reach for it? He goes, yeah, go ahead. Whenever I did, he saw the seat holster for my gun, the built-in seat holster sitting in front of it. He saw that holster. He's like, do you have a gun on you right now? I said, I gave him, because I had my license and I had my concealed carry license or my LTC right behind that one. I gave him both of them. I said, yes sir, I do. Yeah. And I said, it's on my 4 o'clock hip on the right side. He goes, okay, don't touch it. I said, okay.
No boy.
So I kept my hands on the steering wheel, and I had all the cabin lights on in the car so you could see everything. And he came back and gave me a warning.
That's good.
And it's no big deal. And that was the first time I've been pulled over with my gun on me, and I didn't have to tell him.
Again, it's not that.
I didn't have to tell him. By Texas state law, I don't have to tell him I had a gun, but I just wanted to I just want to be above, put him at ease, put me at ease, let him know what's going on.
Well, yeah, that's understood. And I would do the same thing if I was in your position. No, you're right to do that.
I could have easily told him it's not his fucking business, but I didn't want him to have that kind of stress,
Right, exactly. No, and you did the right thing. I as far as I'm concerned. Not that my opinion means all that much, but as far as I'm concerned, you did the right thing, and I would have did the same thing. At least let him know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's getting himself into.
Nope.
And that's what I'm saying. As far as just me being pulled over, or anybody else, like. As far as that goes, he doesn't know. And so the more peace of mind you can give the person who's pulling you over, the officer or whatever, the better. even if you end up getting a ticket later, even if you end up having a fine later or something like that, you know, at least that way, you know, you're not getting shot at, you know, they at least know they're going to make it home after this stop. Maybe it's another stop that's going to get them. Who knows? But at least the stop that they have you on, you know, they're going to be fine. And the better you can kind of soothe their minds about that, the faster you can do that, the better. Really.
Yeah, well, that's I always have this discussion with people. It's like whenever, like 99% of all the videos I've seen where cops are using supposedly too much force on people, most of the time it's because the suspects they're escalating a situation.
No kidding.
They're verbally.
I know.
They're escalating a situation. They're yelling at a cop. They're calling them names. They're not complying. Which
they're doing a whole lot more than what is being shown on the tape.
You know, and that's what people don't understand. It's like, dude, they're not complying. If a law enforcement tells you to do something.
And again, you know, we're not even talking about whether that's the right thing to do, whether you should be complying or not.
That's irrelevant.
The fact is that, you know, under this, you know, you should be complying because that's otherwise these consequences are going to happen. Whether that's moral or not, that's a whole other discussion. But that's what you should be doing.
Yeah.
If you don't want, you know, more lethal force to be put on you, you do this. Whether that's right or not, that's another discussion entirely. But under this fucking situation, that's what you do.
Well, that's something that can be handled.
I've had to do it. Bull Rush, you've had to do it. You just talked about that. A lot of us, anyone who's listened to this show has probably had to fucking do it. And whether that's right or not, whether that's wrong or not, whether that's under the NAP or whatever the fuck you want to go under, that's just the reality of the situation. This is what you had to do it at this time. Well, get it. Maybe it's wrong, but you had to do it anyways.
Well, like I said, I mean, if you felt that you were treated inappropriately or something like that or unprofessionally, I mean, on the side of a road somewhere is not the time to work that shit out with the police officer. You get his badge number and his fucking name and you go file a complaint or something. That's how you handle it. Or you don't try to hold court with them on the side of the fucking road for a speeding ticket. You sign for the citation, and then a couple weeks later or a month later you go to traffic court and fight it there. You know. Exactly. You
live to fight another day.
Yeah, and like I said, most cops they're just there to do a job. It's not personal, and at the end of the day, they just want to go home like anybody else.
Right, and you know, I'll say this, and as I'll close out in a little bit. As far as this goes, you know, I've learned to identify what headlights are behind me as far as when I'm driving. Now, I don't know what's in Houston right now. I'm going to imagine you guys have the Ford Explorers, the big Ford Explorer trucks that we have pretty much everywhere else. But I'm gonna guess you had the and actually I know you had them before. The what do you call it? What do you call it? The Crown Victorias.
Yeah.
I think you talked about those.
Well, for cop
you
cars?
had the Crown Victorias. The cops drove those as well.
Oh yeah, they don't drive those anymore. They usually drive around here. They usually drive Mustangs and the fucking not the Challengers, but the is it Challengers? They drive those new
Probably
Huh?
Chargers.
Yeah, the Charger.
The 4-door ones.
They usually drive Mustangs. The new Chargers.
Drive Mustangs out there, huh? No
And
shit.
Hey, and check this out though. Most of them are blacked out. You can't even see. You can barely the way they do the stencil on the side for police. You can barely see it.
Which actually makes it stand out more, believe it or not.
Do what?
You're able to spot those a lot faster than the other ones. The ones that kind of they're like gray or something.
No.
Or white.
It's like ghosted. The stencil job, the paint job they put on the where it says police. You can barely see it. It's like a. Oh, it's hard to explain.
Well, they actually bothered to put that on there. They don't do that up here. That's why I said that. It was like, no, I know what you're talking about. They have the Chargers up here. They do that. They have the Tahoes up here. They do that.
And they don't put light bars on the.
They look. I mean, once they're lit up, they look like fucking police cruisers. But if they're just fucking driving, you don't even tell. They have the fucking aluminum wheels and everything. They don't have the steelies that most police cars have up here.
Yep. Yeah, they're fucking. They're tricky, man. The motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, right. You're right. I forgot what I was talking about.
Usually SUVs, Mustangs, and Chargers, and they don't have light bars on top either. So you can't tell, man. You can't tell until they light you up.
No, aside from that, usually they're usually pretty marked. You can tell at least if you know what you're looking for, that's what they are. I've been able to do that. And some other ones I couldn't be able to tell them what they are, but they are. As far as I forgot what the message I had was. Honestly, I'm not worried about anybody up here. I really am not. Most of the cops, even the ones that have like taken me or whatever, they've been fucking going. They're okay. Like once they realize I'm not a threat, and I can understand if they look at me, as kind of a darker person, who would be a threat normally, and they figure out I'm not a threat otherwise. They're okay. Once they figure out, like I'm just okay, hey, here, do I have permission to show you my registration and this shit, or whatever. They're okay. Once they figure out, I'm not gonna kill them, they're fine. They don't care. And I could see where, when I lived in Inglewood, when I lived in LA or whatever, the people out there, they're a lot more of a threat out there. I can understand that.
Yeah, dude, those guys.
So when they came across me and I looked like these fucking assholes, I could see why they treated me the way I did. Or the way they did, rather.
Yeah, they don't know you, dude.
Exactly. That's the point. They don't know.
And the thing is, like, if you were in their position, you'd act the same fucking way, too.
Exactly. No, you're 100% right. You are 100% right.
That's what I was saying. Do their fucking job for a day or two. Go on a ride along with them. And then fucking say something, but people don't. They just assume shit. Because it's a fucking hard job to do. It really is.
It is. No, you're 100% right. I still remember there was one time I had a chick waiting in the hotel, actually. I was going to a sex shop to get some lube or something, and I got pulled over. I didn't have a registration. I didn't have insurance. By the way, did not get ticketed for any of those. You want to know what happened? I got a gun pulled on me. You want to know why? Because I reached for my wallet before he told me to reach for my wallet.
Yep.
Guess what that looks like to the police in L.A.? L.A. County Sheriff, mind you. Guess what that looks like?
It looks like that's not just LA. That's every cop, dude. If I was in that position, I would have pulled a gun on you too.
Yeah, it looks like I'm reaching for a fucking gun, and that's what he thought. And I still remember looking at his face, and I still remember that kind of that adrenaline when it's finally kind of rushing off of you.
Yeah.
I still remember seeing it kind of rushing off of this guy's face. Where like it's kind of wearing off and he's just shaking. And I still remember what he was. Why the fuck did you reach down there? Why? That's what he was saying. And of course I was like, I'm going for my wallet. What the fuck? But I still remember looking. I was like, this dude had his life flash in front of his fucking eyes. That's why he was reaching for his gun. He had it in his hand.
Yep.
He didn't point it at me, unlike other officers have done. Trust me, ask me how I know. Quite a few others have done that. He didn't. He just had it in his hand. But he was so fucking scared to pull that trigger. You could tell. He didn't want to be in that position, but he was. And that's why he was so fucking... What the fuck, dude? Really?
Yeah, it's just that's the thing though. A lot of people don't know like what to do.
Including the people trained for it. And you know, that's the thing is he's trained for that shit and he still didn't know what the fuck to do.
No, he did the right thing.
I didn't get shot. You know, that's nice.
Well, the fact that you didn't get shot kind of proves that he is trained, because if it was a civilian, he probably would have shot you.
He might have. You know, you're not wrong.
He was one or two things. He would, if it was a civilian, they would have either pulled a gun and shot you, or they wouldn't have pulled their gun at all, which is also bad. That's also pretty dumb because it shows.
I also would have been bad. Yes, you're right. Because you don't know what I'm going to do.
It shows a
you know, if that was the whole point. He didn't know what I was going to do. That's why he pulled his gun.
Yeah, but he didn't shoot you. So
even though I was doing, you know, what I thought was right, you know, I wanted to pull up the right paperwork and all that stuff. I did it the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I learned that way. That was not what you're supposed to do.
Well, that's a bad lesson to learn on the fly like that. As much as I've heard people say that cops need more training, or they do, but the thing also reply to that you know, normal people need fucking training too on how to act during one of those kind of situations. People need to be trained. I don't know when they go through fucking driver's ed or whatever, high school. I don't know when you administer that kind of lesson, but at some point when they're young, people should be sat down and told, this is how, you know, when an officer pulls you over, this is how you're supposed to act. You know, like my dad.
Keep one hand on 10 o'clock, keep the other on 2 o'clock. That's
keep both hands visible at all times before you make a move.
Reach for everything else, you know, and all that stuff.
And it's even worse if you carry a gun on you, if you have license to carry. You know.
That too. No, you're right. And what you said earlier, you know, how many people do you know who've actually gone through that? I haven't, but I can imagine, you know, even if you're on their side, you're on their team, quote unquote, you're a concealed carry, so it means you're on their side of the law. But even then, that's another factor they have to take care of, you know?
Yeah, it still doesn't matter. They still don't know. They don't know you. That's the whole thing.
Right. There's that too. They don't know you. Even though you're following the law, they don't know you. So that's a problem.
Yeah, well, it's just something
another thing you have to deal with.
It's just something they're going to be aware of. That's why it's always best to defer to de-escalating a situation, because a police officer is not going to escalate a situation for no reason. He's not going to make his job harder than it has to be.
Right.
He's not.
That's what a lot of people think they're going to do. You know, all cops are bad or something. Police don't want to fucking do that. They don't.
No.
They all want to go home, first of all. And second of all, they don't want to make their job any harder than it has to be.
Yeah. So it's just an encounter, man. Like anything else. It's like you don't go to your bank and start escalating with the fucking bank teller. You know, why would you do that to the police? And that bitch don't even have a gun. Fucking police have guns and tasers and shit. Why would you escalate with someone with a gun and a taser? You don't want
exactly.
You don't do shit like that. You want fucking out of all the people you want to fucking yell at in your daily life, the cops ain't one of them, man. It's like, yeah, you're gonna get a ticket, but fuck, man, who cares? There's a fucking, I'm gonna sit there and act like a jackass.
You want to be a dick, then yeah, okay, yeah, then you get your sentence raised, but otherwise, that's the worst you're gonna do. Never deal with the ticket, and that's all.
Yeah, but like I said, all that goes back to just.
And even with the worst departments, you know, like think about California, you know, like Highway State Patrol, or not Highway State Patrol, what's it called? Highway Patrol, California Highway Patrol. Yeah. That's pretty much their income is tickets coming in. By the way, the danger zone for LA, that's in between. That's on Highway 395 between Nevada and Bridgeport.
Oof.
In California. That's where you want to be actually very fucking careful. That's where you want to actually follow the fucking speed limit. Ask me how I know. That's where you want to be careful. Otherwise, they don't care.
Yeah.
I've had, I still remember Hot Russian X, she had what was it? Surgery. She had a cyst removed from her ovary. And the meds finally started getting to her. We went grocery shopping to Safeway. I took her to Denny's. We ate there. And then literally about like 2 hours later, we're on our way back to where we were living. And I think June, like it was the grandfather unit or something. And she started having a panic attack. So pulled over. She can kind of calm down. And Highway Patrol pulled up far behind us. No ill intent whatsoever. They was like, we noticed you're on the side of the fucking road here. Most people don't just pull over on the side of the road for no reason. Okay, I explained what was going on. She's having a panic attack because she just came out of surgery, and now the drugs are starting to hit her again in the way she wasn't expecting. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to hang out behind you, make sure nobody runs you. If like a truck or something loses their brakes or something,
yeah,
they'll run into the cruiser before they run into your car. Basically, that's what they do. They do the same thing up here in Washington State, and the same thing in Oregon State, by the way. And so that's what he did until we pulled off.
Well, it's because most police officers, if someone's on the side of the road, they're obligated to pull over and see what's going on. They're obligated to do that.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're 100% right. I mean, that's their jurisdiction, so it makes sense. You know?
Because they don't know. I mean, you could be having a medical emergency or something like that, or
that's pretty much what happened here.
Yeah.
She kind of had a medical emergency. I mean, it was after the fact, but it's still the same thing. You know? So that's what happened. You know? So I can understand why, hey, for a long time, I was real worried about the force pulling up behind me. Nowadays, I don't care. I look at most of the police forces up here, I don't care. They're all cool to me. I've had no bad experiences ever since leaving LA. Ever since having all my fucking papers filled up, by the way. Just saying. You know, that kind of fucking helps. Once you have your fucking registration, you have your insurance and all this shit. Suddenly, that doesn't fucking matter all that much, you know? And so every time I run into the law enforcement, look, fine. On paper, I'm an anarchist. Okay, I got it. I don't think there should be any, I go beyond that. I don't think there should be any fucking rules enforced because that leads to Rome falling like it's doing right fucking now. We could have our disagreements about that. I get it. But as far as the people who are willing to go into that, like you, Boris, you're willing to put yourself in harm's way to go into the military, to go into Marine Corps and all that stuff. You have other people who are willing to go into harm's way and to go into the state patrol, into the sheriff's office, into the local police department. Those kind of people, those are the people I would actually trust because they're the ones that are willing to go into harm's way to actually basically do it for the greater good of everyone else around them, whether it's their families, whether it's their citizens, whether it's any of that. So that's the type of personality that I would fucking trust. And that's the type of people who will end up in law enforcement up here to begin with. My early experiences notwithstanding. And even then, they had to deal with other people that look like me too, who otherwise might have put them in the fucking hospital. Just saying. Yeah. It's not something that I want to say, but that's the reality. They had to treat me like that because I look like them.
Yeah, I mean, the fucking reality of shit really isn't. It doesn't. It's not always pretty, but it is what it is.
It ain't, no. And I get it. I get it. I don't look exactly like the other people who put them in the hospital and shoot them and all this shit, but I look close enough. I get it. Yeah. And I have to act accordingly. I understand. Speaking of which, I don't know about you, but I need to shower. I've been in these, I've been in this pair of underwear for the last couple of days, actually. The last time was because of Nick Schulander. You may have caught that he's trying to track down this fucking space station.
Yeah.
And I totally forgot to shower. I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
Sounds good.
Yeah. This coming morning, I'm going to do an official recording of this 15-minute philosophy, which I was supposed to be doing now. By the way, Boris, thank you very much for joining this and doing what you did. I had so many fucking technical snafus that literally Hitler you could not make up. But thanks for helping me through these. I really do appreciate it. What else? Anything you want to pimp or plug here? We talked about, I think, was it Etsy.com/Lazarus Razors. That's where you can get a razor from Bo Rush. He takes razors, he literally raises them from the dead. And goddamn, are they fucking worth it? No, literally nobody has had anything bad to say about Bo Rush's razors. That's one thing I wanted to put out there. If anyone's still listening, it's well over 4 hours. This is supposed to be like an hour broadcast. We've gone 4 times over that. Boris, you got anything to add there?
No, buy my shit. I'm just kidding.
Buy Bull Rush's shit. Okay. Boris, are you coming to the village by the whatever the hell it is in a couple weeks?
No, because of that job thing, remember?
Oh shit! Really? Damn it! I wanted to buy a razor from you there. All right, I'll figure something else out.
What are you talking? You can just buy one for me now.
I got a lot of shit going on. That's why I said that. I figured I'd be able to bring some cash and just buy it from you there, but okay.
Oh yeah.
Go on, I'll figure something out.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
okay.
No, there's no way I'm not gonna sponsor you and then not get a fucking razor from you. God damn it, that's not gonna happen. I will get one from you at some point.
Yeah, you might. I told you about.
No crimes will be committed with this razor. I'll just keep it that way. Joe Dolio is going to be the one who does that before I do.
Yeah, I know. You're fucking knocking on my door. I'm like, no, I'm talking about. No, I told you about the other thing I'm working on too for the razors and everything. I told you about that one.
What's that?
Where that? I think that was that Rob I was talking to. No, I've got some. I've got another idea for the site and everything. Something I'm going to be offering. Maybe it depends on how it works out. Is I've got some old like some antique or older, some vintage double edge razors. And
yeah, that's right. No, yeah, that's right. Boris, he does double edge. He does actual razors as well, like not just straight razors but other ones. I forgot about that.
Double edge safety razors. I was gonna what I'm working on right now is get what I'm going to do is I found a vendor who does Cerakote, and what I'm going to do is that they're going to Cerakote these old razors.
Okay.
Because most of these razors, the finish on them is worn off and shit, but they're still good razors. They're just real fucking nasty and stuff, and the finish on them is coming off. But what I'm gonna do is have them Cerakoted, like my gun over here, and post them on the site. Like most people.
There you go. That's the kind of work that Bull Rush should put into that.
I think that would look cool. I've never seen a Cerakoted razor before. Safety razor.
No, and by the way, just talking is sort of off topic, but we talked about tough guys here quite a few times. We talked about the Patriots. That's one article. We have the 95%. That's what this whole chat was supposed to be about. Bull Rush is one of those tough guys. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You were in the Marine Corps, and your specialty was hand-to-hand combat, basically, which is what my specialty actually is as well.
I was military police, and
okay, he's military police. I imagine that probably has to deal with hand-to-hand combat too. But you know, that's just my guess.
I was also a green belt McMap instructor too. McMap is kind of like McMap is an acronym for Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, and
right.
It's basically our line fighting, basic line fighting stuff instruction, and I was a green belt instructor for a few months after I passed.
By the way, in case anyone's wondering, you know what? Green belt is not something to fucking sniff over. You don't want to fuck with somebody like that.
Yeah, I think the belt you had like a tan belt.
Tan belt, I forgot about that. That's right.
Tan belt, gray belt, green belt, black belt, or brown belt, and then black belt. That was the different levels.
Long story short, Bull Rush, not somebody you want to fuck with in a bar fight. I forgot where I was going with that. Well, okay. Talking about the 95%. That's most people. Bull Rush, part of the 5%. RobSays.net, part of the 5%. Mask and Gate. Most of the people on Team Let 'Em Burn, basically. part of the 5%, you don't want to fuck with them. Those are the people that I want to make sure we at least keep in contact with. Boris, you have my email, by the way?
No.
Because I can't message people on Twitter anymore. And in case you didn't know,
Yeah, you kind of got in trouble.
make another fucking account again.
Why did they completely suspend you?
I don't know. I can see what everybody else is typing on there, which makes it easy because I could just go ahead and find people
But
for
you can't reply. You're probably suspended from replying for
I don't know what the fuck is
12 or
going on.
24 hours.
Long story short, I can't do anything.
It's not a complete ban then. So
Not yet.
They'll take it off. They'll
But that's exactly what they did the last fucking time. You weren't there for the last one that I had, but they pretty much are doing the same thing they were doing last time. Okay, you were banning it this time, and then you're allowed for this amount of time, and then we're just gonna ban you out of nowhere for no fucking reason, and you're not. There's no possibility of parole, basically.
Yeah, they're dicks. That's what I'm saying. It's like you got pick your battles, man. But
Well, I thought I did. Apparently not.
Well,
that
really,
battle was closed out like a week ago, and it's being brought up. You know what? I guess you're right. And that's why I wrote up this post, because, in case I need to bring this up again, why does 95% of society need to be painfully wiped out? Here's why. I don't have to say it anymore. All I have to do is fucking cite it in this post. That's why I did it. That's why. Just as far as being on Team Lindenberg, here's the show number if you want to send your number to this, and I'll contact you with the other one. You ready?
hold on.
Sure. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
I need to go shower and shit and all that stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
253.
The phone number?
Yeah. Make sure I have this right. I should have it right because I've been saying it for the last couple weeks.
You want to stop going live so you can give me your phone number and not.
This is a show number, so I have no problem giving this out. I can get rid of this at any time.
Oh, okay.
That's what I did with Drew Bay, which I have to get his number again because I can't access the fucking messages anymore. Which I was able to do before, but not anymore. Whatever. We'll see what happens later. Okay, 253. That's a Tacoma, Southern Puget Sound area code. 253 397 8430. That is 253 397 8430. That'll come through on my other device. I'll message you on this one.
Okay.
And again, the reason I'm doing this, as you can see, well, you will understand this. Joe Dolio's talked about this and a lot of other people. Get in touch with other people outside of outside of Twitter, outside of Instagram, outside of YouTube, outside of Facebook, if you're even on that. Because these are enemy help, You can't rely on this shit, as you can fucking see. What happens if we have to fucking communicate with each other and that's all we have? Honestly speaking.
That's all we got. Yeah, I'm already in contact. I've already got contacts of other people. Like Joe and stuff.
Yep.
I've had Joe's number for a while.
Dolios are
Probably for all y'all had it, because I told him if the shit hits the fan, dude, he needs to make his way down here because I got I got an extra room for him, and I'm gonna need fucking help with Firewatch. So he's gonna have to cut us.
I'm gonna be right there with you.
He's gonna have to cut us off a distraction
I
down
have to
here.
collect some weapons along the way, but you know, I mean,
Yeah, he said he has some business to take care of up there first, where he's at. Then he'll try to make his way down here.
but either way, you know, even though we're like, all of us are like thousands of miles apart. Look, you know what? Look at everyone else around us. I'd rather depend on you, who's 1,000 miles away, than hell, some of the people who like live on the same fucking block. I really would. I'd rather drive your fucking way than deal with a lot of people that are here. By the way, I like the people who live in my building, by the way. I think they're pretty dependable. But as far as Team Let 'em Burn goes, hey, we're still all going to, what's the name? The Safety Doc's place, right? He's got 2,000 square feet.
I got 2,000 square feet too.
Oh, no shit. Oh, we got two places to go. We got Bull Rush's place, and then we got Safety Doc's place. We got two. We got a Northern Command and a Southern Command. There we go. Bull Rush is the Southern Command.
I've got a
All
four,
right. Sweet.
I've got a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, dude.
Okay.
So I got room.
All you need is a fucking yard, and I'll just fucking camp in my fucking car. That's what I'll do. I don't care.
I've got a good sized backyard too. It's on a corner lot, so
There we go. My point exactly. Just fucking camp out there. Well, all we need to do is just make sure that the mob, if the mob comes to your place, all of us are pointing guns and machetes and all kind of shit in their direction. Make sure we'll just fucking defend that goddamn place. That's all I want. And then keep it supplied with water, keep it supplied with food, keep it, I don't know, find fucking propane, whatever we need for that, whatever we need to keep that place fucking going. That's all I care about. Doesn't matter. As long as you got a good, cohesive fucking unit, that's all I care about. Doesn't matter where we are. It could be hold up in my fucking place. This is what, like, 400 square feet if I was stretching it. I could find a way to house all you fucking assholes. As long as all the guns are fucking keeping the place not from being lit on fire. That's all I want. Make sure we all have fucking water. Make sure we all have fucking food. Make sure the electricity is still on. Did I lose the fucking
no.
Oh, you're still there, okay.
Yeah. I'm just letting you rant.
I thought things fell apart again. Yeah,
No.
I'm talking about, yeah, we're gonna keep things going, you know, and then meanwhile, this show falls apart.
I'm just letting you rant. Letting you do your thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. No, it doesn't matter. We'll fit. That's the thing, you know. It's the model. Improvise, adapt, overcome. You figure it the fuck out. You can come up with a billion doom and gloom situations. What? I still remember, what was his name? Rex Hazard. He was in the Marine Corps and he was part of the fucking bike brigade. I don't want to hear problems. I want to hear solutions. That's what we want to hear. And he's right.
Oh,
Figure it the fuck out. Look, you know what? Anybody can come up with fucking problems. I want to hear solutions. I want to hear how the fuck you're going to get past this shit. If you're going to talk about the problem, at least find a way to get past it. Even if it's not the greatest solution, at least fucking come up with something.
Yeah. Everyone's got problems. Shit.
Yeah. I even told him, I was like, you know what? I don't need to come up with any of my own problems. You're going to come up with them for me. I don't have to do anything. You're going to come up with all the problems that I will ever fucking dream of. So why do I need to talk about them? You know? You go right ahead. come up with all the problems with my life, you know, and I'm gonna deal with this, and 16 people in paramilitary grade. By the way, real fucking specific, by the way. How do you know it's gonna be 16? Hell, you know more about the military than I do. Is there a squad or a double squad that has like 16 people in it specifically that has paramilitary degree? I don't know. Maybe she does. Maybe she knows something I don't.
What? No, dude.
Oh, if 16, we're talking about, like, what is it? All hell breaks loose and everybody's gonna have to fucking start shooting people to live and whatever. If 16 people in paramilitary gear show up, I'm just thinking, are there squads of 8 out there? I don't know. Because I don't think there are.
I doubt there are either. And if there are, they're fucking LARPing.
Like the idiots I've been fucking arguing with. By the way, I started asking if they have DD. I think it's DD-214s, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, discharge is DD-214.
Right. I don't think they have those. Just between you and me, I started asking, and no one's responded with one yet.
Do what?
No one's responded with one yet.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it sounds disrespectful to us, but you know what? You have to earn fucking respect, as far as I could tell. That's just been my thing. You don't just get respect. Mo Rush, you know how much respect you deserve from me?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because you earned all of it. Everything you've gotten from me, you fucking earned. Every piece of information you had, every fucking one-liner you dropped, everything you've done that has got me to earn your respect, you've earned it. These fucking LARPers are like, dude, bro, follow me for 1 million follows, like, get my fucking Patreon. Where are my Patreons at? These fucking idiots that are the same ones that pretty much act like fucking leftists, the same leftists that you've seen me fucking argue with. The ones you say, hey, pick your fucking battle. There's a reason I fucking picked on these assholes. There's a reason why. They act like the same fucking people they say they oppose. So you've earned my respect. These fuckers haven't, and they still want to. You need to give these people fucking respect. Have you earned it? No, you haven't. You haven't earned like Bull Rush has earned it. You haven't earned it like Rob Says.net has earned it. You haven't earned it like Vince over at Mask and Geek has earned it. You haven't earned it like TJ Martinell. You ever earned it like Drew Bay? You ever earned it like Joe Dolio? You ever earned it like any of the other fucking members of Team Larry Burn? Fuck all of you assholes. You ever earned jack shit? You say you deserved it? It's time you fucking earned it. Just like Harry Potter said. It's time you earned it. Even Ray John, who was in the chat here earlier, even he's earned a certain amount of respect. And he's been a fucking troll since the fucking beginning, but you know what? He's at least shown up to defend his fucking beliefs. He's at least done that.
He's a troll, but he's our troll.
He's fine. You know what? He's a troll, but at least he just fucking at least he does it, just as himself.
He's a troll, but at least he's our troll.
Exactly. Nick Shoelander. You know what? He's earned his keep in more than one way. He's been a dick to this program more than one way. But you know what? When it counts, he's there. These motherfuckers? Again, you know what? As far as Joe Dolio may be more right than I've actually been more willing to admit. We make fun of the idiots that are rioting the streets, that they're just now trying to get the training and shit, and they're getting experience now. But you know what? At least they're getting the fucking training. At least they're getting the fucking experience. At least they're dealing with the law enforcement and they're dealing with the real situation. Most of the people that are on our side, they're not. They're willing to fucking step aside. They're willing to comply more than our opposition is. At least our opposition they're fucking evil. I get it. But at least they're willing to go as far as it takes. Our side isn't. And this is why I focus on us. Me, you, and all the other people that are on our side. We'll be okay. But the other people who think they're on our side, as I pointed out in that last article, they're running inside because it's fucking sprinkling.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Oh shit! I mean, and I laughed my ass off of that, but then, you know, you look at it, you look at everybody else, and you look at what the other side's doing, like, no, they're outside when it's fucking raining. They're outside when the police are there. They're not backing down because the cops say go inside or, you know, like, disperse. They're at least fucking fighting. What's our side doing? Really? You know what? I hate to say it, but Joe's right. We may be in for the fight of our fucking lives.
Maybe.
And the counterpoint being what Rob said.
But the other thing you got to consider,
want to be martyrs. And that's what it's going to take.
Yeah,
sorry.
Well, what you have to consider, though, those people that you see out there, they're LARPing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They're LARPing. No, you're right.
Most of the guys, like most of the guys, actually have skill sets and shit. You know, prior military experience and stuff like that. We're not out there right now because we don't need to be.
That's what I've been saying. You know, it's the 5% that you're gonna really want to be worried about. What happens when I get out there with a bunch of fucking machetes or like some fucking firearms and shit like that? What happens if you get out there with whatever hardware you want to break out? That's what happens. That's the true thing that I've been saying is going to get out there. What happens when the 5% start showing up rather than you have the 50%? Just my rough estimate of the fucking leftists or whatever, the Black Lives Matter people, the ones who are actually getting more training and shit. And then you have the 45% of the people who are afraid of fucking rain, even though they have like a pallet of fucking 5.56 ammo.
Yeah, I don't worry about them.
Right.
You let them do what they're going to do and just stay there. Usually people like you just want to stay the fuck out of their way, and just make sure they stay out of your way.
I hope they do. Look, but I need a clear path in front of me. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't worry about them. I worry about myself. Because the people, like I said, those people are basically LARPing, and the ones that you know, the guys that are serious, that have skill sets and shit, they're not out there right now, and you're not going to see them out there right now.
Right, they're not making themselves known.
Yeah,
and that's one thing I've been saying. That's one hope I've been holding out there. That's one thing I've been saying. You know, like that's the one thing I had to push against. You know, well, shit, these guys are going to overrun us or whatever. The people who you have to worry about, people like me. The people like you, the people like Joe Dog, the people like Rob Says, or anybody else, anybody on Team Limber, we're not out there yet. That's the thing. You're seeing all the LARPers that are out there who think they're like us. Those are the ones that, oh, they're out there with their fucking AR-15s and shit. Oh, wait, is the fucking sprinkler? Okay, let me get under the overpass or whatever. I've told the story. I don't know if I told it here. There was one training session I had in Compton, I think, or South Central, where it went like 3 or 4 hours. I didn't have anything to drink, so by the time this happened, I was already beyond the point where I was sweating. And me and my instructor, we had this fucking kicking bag or something. We were doing some training session with it, and it went for like 20 or 25 minutes. And he just basically did it to see when I was going to quit. And that's the thing. I didn't quit. I knew at some point my body was going to fail. But I refused to stop. I wasn't going to stop. I refused to. It was like I was going to stop once I dropped dead. That was the mindset I went into. And I fucking kept going. It should be noted, it was well over 100 degrees. That's what happens in LA. I don't know if you know this. It gets over 100 degrees quite a few times there.
Yeah, I lived in San Diego for a couple of years.
Same there. Yeah, it was not only that, it was dry. Like, I still remember it was the kind of grass that it kind of grows kind of tall, but doesn't hold on to moisture all the well. So it was letting across like all this kind of like pollination, this dust and stuff. That shit was in the air. I was breathing that kind of stuff. By the way, again, sensitive lungs. So I was doing with that too. I still remember he'll throw a kick, I'll throw a kick. This went on for like 20, 25 minutes. This is after the point where I could sweat. I was that dehydrated. I was that tired. If I had given up because of the elements, because of the weather, I'm pretty sure I would have been fucking stabbed to death. Maybe not literally, but I would have been excommunicated right then, right there. This is before my brown blood test, I believe. Of which I'm still not allowed to talk about. These motherfuckers that they went inside because it started sprinkling. Rush, I don't know about you, but light precipitation, do you think that will fucking perturb? Would that deter you from literally anything? That wouldn't deter me from getting a fucking stick of gum. Let alone this bullshit. I literally almost died because I refused to fucking stop. These fuckers stopped because it started sprinkling. What? Really?
Yeah, they're just not committed.
Okay, I could not make this up. I can't make it. I've been talking about this for like 2 weeks now. And I'm still looking at this like, really? Nah, you know what? We're either going to your place because apparently you got enough space there, or we're going to Safety Dog's place over in Wisconsin, or we're going to both, and we're just going to communicate and maybe, commute between the two places. Fuck it. We're going to figure that shit out. There we go. Team Let 'Em Burn. The 20 or 25 people we have that actually have our shit together, at least mentally, we're going to figure that shit out. The other 350 million fuckers, that's going to be our target practice. Fuck these assholes.
There you go.
Right? God, I wish it. I'm glad I'm laughing about this shit. Fuck.
That's about all you can do.
Right.
You can't
Again,
take it
after a humanity show, that's where I got the fucking name. You could cry about it, you could be pissed off, or you could laugh about it. And I decided to laugh. Laughter Humanity Show. There you go.
Well, most of this shit's largely out of your control anyway. You don't worry about stuff that you can control, man. Don't worry about shit you can't control. It includes people.
Exactly. Precisely.
I mean, it's a waste of energy. Waste of time. I mean,
Yeah, you can worry about what's not in your control, or you can deal with what is.
Yeah. The sooner you learn that, the better off you are, really.
I've been talking about that for years. I'm surprised how I have to keep telling people that.
Oh, I find myself catching I catch myself doing that sometimes. I gotta remind myself, you know.
I mean, no, you do it every once in a while. I understand that. I mean, I do it too. I'm no superhuman. I'll do it myself as well. Sometimes I will worry about something like, what if this happens? I get it. But that's always been my fault. That is like, okay, you know, a lot of people they try to paralyze you, like, you know, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? You know, you may get hit by a bus and you don't have insurance. Then what? Well, I don't know, because I have no control over whether a bus fucking hits me or not, unless I'm the one behind the wheel. In which case, guess what? I'm the one maneuvering the fucking bus, or not maneuvering the bus, but maneuvering myself in and out of the way of it.
That's just female anxiety, fucking thinking mindset.
It's designed to paralyze you. That's what a lot of that is. Telling you what you should be worried about when you don't control it. That's designed to paralyze you. It's designed to stop you from doing things that are within your control.
Yeah, it's a female mindset. It's just women. That's the kind of thinking process that women have just because they're girls. There's nothing wrong with it. But
by the way, it's funny. I didn't even have to bring that up, but guess where I've been hearing that from?
Where?
But to your point, you're right. I mean, they're the ones that kind of have to depend on other people to kind of get them through things. So you're right. They have to depend on other people. They have to depend on outside circumstances.
Well, the thing, most girls are fucking neurotic anyway, to a certain degree or another. They worry about fucking everything.
Yep.
You know, there's a difference between worrying about something or being concerned about something. You know, most guys think about what if this, what if that. It's basically what they're doing is risk management and prevention. You know, they're trying to think ahead. It's a strategic mindset as opposed to a worrying mindset. Like, oh my God, what are we gonna do here? You know, the fucking hamsters.
They're doing it. What you're saying, the guys doing it so they can figure out what to do to counter that and keep moving forward. What the women are doing, they're doing it as like, oh my God, the sky is falling.
Yeah.
And then what do? We do nothing, I guess.
Nah, they don't do nothing. They just fucking sit there and they mostly just sit there and let the hamsters run the wheel. They're not gonna do anything. They're just worrying for the sake of worrying, and because they're neurotic as hell.
Right. I mean, that's what I try to fight against. And talking about my body again. You know what? She runs her own fucking compound, so I can't talk bad about her. First of all, she's the reason I still have this goddamn place. She gave me fucking work that gave me the money to help me pay for this goddamn place, because business is slow in my industry. She runs her own fucking compound. But oh yeah, she has her own fucking compound. basically. She has her house, and then she has like a big ass barn and like a bunch of fucking property where she has like fucking llamas and horses and all kinds of shit.
Llama.
And she can afford to run all of it. And employ me, by the way, on a kind of semi-regular basis.
Nice.
We've been friends for years. That doesn't take away from the fact that she's a woman. That's the funny thing. Even though she's about as independent as it fucking comes. She's a 1099er, by the way. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Yep. She's a house cleaner by trade, and she works for like a lot of some of the more affluent people around here.
Yeah.
She makes more than I do.
Nice.
Which is how she can afford to pay me. But she's able to do that. She works for herself. She pays, payroll taxes.
Yeah.
People wonder why, why are you friends with a woman who's, who has that leftist personality and all this other shit? Because that's why. When it really comes down to it, she lives in the real fucking world. She just happens to have been born with those politics, and it's no real fault of her own. She was born with it. When it comes down to it, she's more laissez-faire. She's like, what works for you, and she's okay with that. She just happens to be born with the politics. And that makes her, by the way, a very good sparring partner. That's how I got good at a lot of the arguments that I make.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. That's all I care about. Leave me the fuck alone. Let me go fishing. Do my thing.
She's okay with that. She'll argue with you about that, but she's ultimately okay with that. Fine, you go do what's good for you.
I'm not gonna argue with her. I don't fucking argue with girls.
I don't blame you. Hey, that's my job. I'm the one that goes seeking shit out like this.
Women largely they're not good at fucking logical thought. None of them are. They just can't do it. And
funny enough, how I end up finding ones that can. I'll be the first one to say a lot of them can. I find them on an irregular basis, but you are not wrong. A lot of them can. Even the ones that can argue logically, a lot of times you'll find some subject, especially if you end up magically involved with them, ask me how I know. They'll end up the same way, They can't argue logically as far as that goes.
Every girl I've had a fucking argue or fucking debate. Well, you can't really call it a debate. It's a fucking argument. It's always devolved into them getting pissed off and ad hominem and then fucking getting emotional about shit. It's just
all the time, Joe.
It's a waste of time, really. It's really a waste of time. Especially if you're not fucking them, why are you even paying attention to them? Who gives a shit?
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. The reason I do it with the ones that I do is that I do get something out of it. I either get some cutting of my teeth, as far as those arguments go. I get some other arguments I hadn't heard before. A lot of times I actually do get that from some of the women I do.
I'm not saying don't associate with girls. I'm just saying fucking don't argue with them, number one. And
it depends on which argument. If this women that like you're trying to date or whatever, no, you don't fucking do that. Obviously, you don't do that with them.
But yeah, I agree. There are some instances, some exceptions to where you have an association with girls outside of a sexual relationship, which is fine.
That's what I have with the Packer Wrangler, the one I was talking about, the one who has the compound that I'm helping to scrape paying off her barn and all this shit. That's what I have with her. That has nothing to do with that. We're just good friends. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so with her, I got no problem doing that with her. Anybody else, like if there's something else that's on the line, nah. Or if it's, I don't know, just somebody online or whatever. I'm not, unless they're really fucking good and I could actually make a good show out of it, nah. Fuck that. You've seen me do it. I have an article written out. And I think you've read it before. What was it? Combat Martial Arguments, I think. Yeah. I think you read it.
I did.
Basically, my strategy is to just short circuit this shit so I don't even have to fucking argue. It just destroys the argument by itself before it even gets to that. That's the whole point. Not wasting your fucking time on this shit, because guess what? You got better fucking uses for your time than arguing with these fucking broads.
Yeah, because you're not going to change their mind. And
right. Exactly. And so why waste your time? You know what? If you're even going to acknowledge them in the first place, make it so the argument just fucking answers itself.
Yeah, you're never gonna have a productive fucking discourse with a female. I've never had one on any social media shit, and the handful of times I've actually had good discourse has been with other guys, And
right.
And that's only a handful of them, where we disagree.
And even then, can only imagine.
Yeah, and even then, most men are so fucking bitch brained that they argue like women anyway, and they get emotional about it.
Right. Yep. You're not wrong. Ask me how I know.
The whole point to a debate is it's not like an argument where you're trying to get over on someone. The whole point of a debate is for the audience. You're not trying to.
Yeah, and that's one reason I stopped doing it. I'm glad you said that, because who's the fucking audience?
Exactly.
It's the fucking retards that are waiting for sports ball to come back. They're not there for the intellectual part of this. They're not there for the actual argument. They're there to see they're there for, like, oh my god, he hit him with this fucking, I don't know, snafu. He hit him with this fucking fact. Oh god, what's he gonna say now? They're looking for Kim Kardashian versus Kanye West or whatever the fuck it's called these days. I don't know.
They're looking for internet.
You know what I mean? It's a tit for tat thing. Yeah, they're not looking for the intellectual part of it. No. And so why play to that fucking audience?
Yeah.
So when you criticize me for that shit, I totally understand. Yeah. Why are you wasting your time with this? I get it. Maybe I have other reasons for doing it, which I think you know what the fuck I was doing by now.
Oh yeah, I like a good fucking troll session myself. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I went way beyond that. I don't know if you saw the end game. By the time I was at the end game, actually, I'll give them credit. I'll give the mag assholes credit, the right winger assholes credit for this. At least some of them started recognizing what the fuck was going on, and they started asking me. And I was just straight up with them. I didn't troll them or anything. I just told them what was up. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you trolling? I was like, because you made it fucking easy. Because you acted like the assholes that the fucking leftists fucking did. The same ones that you were arguing with before, that I was arguing with before, you acted just like them. The same thing fucking happened. And you didn't recognize it until damn near I had to fucking write it out with fucking, pencil, like you fucking colored fucking pencils. Like TJ's crayons. I had to basically fucking spell it out. for you to figure it out. At least you figured it out. The left has still never figured it out. And I guess that's the problem with them. It still took you way too fucking long to figure this shit out. At least you did. Some of them are still mad at me. One of them, it was a woman, by the way. I'm sure. I hope you're sitting down for this.
Shocker.
Right? It's like I don't give you permission to publish anything that I put out in public.
She's on a public forum, dude. She can't.
It's like I pointed this out, and you
fucking bimbo, dude.
Really? Okay, fine. Okay, and she's still mad at me for reasons, even though she knows what I was doing.
Stay mad.
Go ahead. Yeah. You know what? You want to be mad? Go right the fuck ahead. You know what? I'm not going to take away your willingness to be angry for reasons. Go ahead. Other people, you know what? At least some of the cooler heads actually came out. They were like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Oh, wait, you're not really a leftist? No shit. If you fuckers did your homework, if you look back like maybe a few hours like my other fucking post, you would have figured that shit fucking out. Apparently you didn't. Really? Look at my website. Look back by like a fucking month. Do you see me spouting Marxist fucking beliefs? Are you fucking serious? Look who you're fucking fighting against. It's somebody who would have been on your fucking side, but no. Y'all want to talk a whole bunch of this shit because, oh my god, we need a white knight here. Like, you're the same fucking people. You really are.
Dude.
You're the same fucking assholes.
Protect
a million fucking times. You're the same fucking people. You're exactly the only thing you do is you say you're fucking patriots, you say you're for MAGA, or you say you're against, like the right fucking things. All you do is say the right fucking things. But in reality, you're the same fucking people. So fuck you, assholes. That's what you are. Why am I for Team Let 'em Burn? Because you know what?
Because you're not for purity tests? That's why.
You know what?
Both sides have them. Left and right, they have their purity tests, man. It's the way it's always been.
It is. And you know what? They're all fucking sperktards. All of them.
Oh, yeah.
Why do I say it's the 95% versus the 5%? This is why. I hate to say it, but people like us, people like Safety Doc, people like Rob, people like TJ, people like Clay Martin, people like Morgan, Rogue Preparedness, to bring a woman into this, by the way, who's a wife and mother and all that shit. We're the 5%. That's it. If it's even that, by the way, that's pretty fucking hopeful. If it's even 5%, it's going to be a real fucking small amount of us that are going to be fighting against all these other retards that are going to be fighting over the fucking resources and shit. We got a real uphill battle. Just saying.
Well, they certainly do.
I don't know. Well,
they're not going to know what's going on.
You know what? Who knows? When we got, what was it, 55 days ago, I think. Who knows what's going to happen in those few days? I'm going to imagine all of us are going to have to bug in when that shit happens. Hopefully we'll be able to keep in contact. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows who's going to survive? I don't know if I will. I'll be dead honest with you. I don't know what's going to happen.
There's no guarantee, man. You're
right. But, If I have to hedge my bets, it's gonna be with motherfuckers like you. Just saying.
Probably a good call.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, at least we're able to laugh about it now. Who knows about later? You know?
It'd have to be pretty bad for me not to laugh at something. I laugh at everything.
That's good.
Most of the shit's stupid.
That's how I'd rather live. I'd rather live laughing, to be honest with you. Who knows what's going to happen? Hey, this place almost burned down a couple days ago. There was a fire not a mile away from here. Actually, I don't know if you heard about that.
Yeah. That's when you make s'mores. Get your marshmallows out. Hey, my fucking place burned down, but hey, I got some fucking s'mores out of it.
Let's make s'mores off the fire that's next to it. There you go.
My house burned down, but at least I got some s'mores out of it. That's
There we go.
Winning.
Winning. No.
That's what you gotta do, man.
No.
That's
I mean, you're right. Fuck it. Your house may burn down. Get something out of it. No, you're right. I'll come to think of it.
That's how you survive, man.
Get something out.
Like if you're out in the woods and shit, that's how you. Neurotic people do not last long.
No.
In nature, you know. They don't.
That's one reason I'm glad I am the way I'm. Like, you know what? Okay, fine. You know, if you meet me in real life, you know, and it's just kind of a regular situation, you know how I am? I don't care. You know, Boris, you want to tell us where to go? You know, like, you know what restaurants to go to, what bars to go to? Fine. Okay. I don't care. Whatever. Let's go there. Shit goes down and I need to actually fucking take charge for the crazy fucking reason that I may actually need to take charge, and I've had to do that more than once. So, all right, now let's get this done. You get this done. You get this done. You get this done. All right, we need to go here, here, and here. Let's go get fucking shit done. I don't care. Let's get that shit done. Okay, are we done with this? All right, yeah, let's go back to this. All right, I'm gonna go back to drinking. I was like, if I need to get shit done, it needs to get done. That's the only reason I ever take charge. Otherwise, I don't care. You motherfuckers say, I've already done this shit for enough fucking years. I don't want to do it anymore. I'll do it if it needs to be done. Otherwise, fuck it. Y'all fucking take care of this shit, and I'll just fucking follow orders. You go ahead and do it.
I like that. Just follow orders. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Yeah. I will follow your orders and shut my fucking mouth. I don't care. You go ahead and take fucking charge. Because you know what? I don't want to anymore. I don't. Dead honestly. I don't. I've done it enough. And I haven't even done it in the military sense, as I'm sure you probably have. I've had to do it in other situations. I don't want to do it anymore. That shit wears on you, man. It does.
Yeah.
I'll do it if I need to. Otherwise, I'm gonna kick back. Y'all eat. I'm good.
Just sit there and well, you just be a good soldier and do what needs to be done.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna call it a night, man.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh shit! It's almost 5 o'clock here, dude. Dude, do you fucking sleep? Aren't you 2 hours ahead of me?
Yeah, but I've been putting in applications and stuff.
Oh shit! All right.
for
All
20
right. Well, this has gone like 5 times longer than I thought it was going to be. So thank everybody for tuning in for this. This is probably my longest fucking YouTube video ever. Not to be outdone by the next one. Jesus Christ. Boris, thank you for joining. I think they've talked about this before, but where can people find you? Where can people
Find me?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Find me on Twitter. You find me on Twitter at bull_rush 4570 on Twitter, and then etsy.com/shop/Lazarus Razors.
Lazarus Razors. Bull Rush does make razors. He's got no less than a 5.0 review. Nobody has had anything bad to say about Bull Rush's razors. No, I'm not. Bull Rush is laughing. I'm not kidding. No one has had anything bad to say about Bull Rush's razors.
Well, no one has lived.
That's true. Okay. There may have been some people who died, but, you know, they don't count.
They were accidents.
Anyone who's lived after using Bull Rush's razors, they've had nothing but they've had nothing but good things to say about Bull Rush's razors. So he takes razors that I guess they're not in the best conditions. He restores them, all the wood, all the blades and stuff, the hinges, actions, whatever goes into straight razors. Bull Rush's restores them, and you know, for the price that you pay for them. By the way, if you're a woman, you complain about this isn't connected to anything about the Patriots article or anything, but if you're complaining about women's razors being too expensive, you could spend one fee on Bull Rush's razor, and there you go. You'd be surprised. You think that a straight razor, you might have to be a professional to wield. Here's the thing I can tell you about real sharp blades, or just blades in general. The sharper the blade, the less careful you actually need to be, you know, careful with it. I know that goes against conventional wisdom because sharp blades usually require a little more attention, and to a certain extent they do. You're more likely to cut yourself with a dull blade than you are a sharp one, because with the sharp one, you're able to cut what you need to cut without cutting anything else. Again, depending on how good you are, for the most part, if the sharper, you're a lot more able to do more with it, without too much concentration. Or if you want to correct me on that, go ahead. But you know, that's just
on any dull blade, it causes you to use more physical force to cut something, which is not what you want. And that's when people cut themselves.
Exactly. That's my point. You have to put more force, and then the more force you have to put, the more pressure you have, and the less you have control over, you know, in case you put too much force and it goes too far, so to speak. So you have it on this patch of hair or something that otherwise sharp blade would be able to cut through. But since it's not sharp enough, you're putting too much force, and then now you push not only through that clump of sharp hair, you also push through that fucking clump of skin that's on the other side of that, and now you've lost a piece of skin and a bunch of blood as well.
Well, it's not that bad.
Blades, and you won't. That'll be a problem that you'll have less of an issue with. You go to Etsy.com/Lazarus Blades.
It's usually not that bad. It's usually not that bad. It's just most guys that try a straight razor and don't like it is because it's not properly honed. all the way. Even a lot of your modern razors that you get from reputable companies like Dovo and Boker and stuff like that, they don't. I know for sure. Like with Dovo, I've got one of their modern razors, and whenever I first got it, it was not honed to the sharpness that I think it should have been. So a lot of guys think that.
I'm gonna guess. Just to give a quick example, when I'm doing a automotive job in my vehicle, I'm super anal about it. So I'm checking everything like 4 or 5 fucking times to make sure it's done correctly. I'm gonna guess you're kind of the same way about your blades.
Yeah.
Or at least somewhere close to that.
Same way about some guns and fucking blades and all that stuff. I mean,
yeah,
the tool's only as good as the maintenance on it.
This is why, again, real recognizes real. Tough guys recognize tough guys. You recognize me as sort of a tough guy, even though I'm not all that much of a tough guy, really. But I recognize you as one. And that's why I'm saying I recognize, even though I have not seen your wares, I know the kind of person you are. So I have no problem advertising your stuff. So go to Etsy.com/Lazarus Razors. He puts in the work that I will put in on my own fucking vehicle. Let's just put it that way. By the way, I drive for a living. Guess how important I take that.
Well, yeah, it's like with your car and stuff. I mean, that's how you earn money and fucking feed yourself.
Exactly.
A car is a tool, also. You know, it's like a razor is a tool. It's a cutting tool, like anything else. And
right. Well, that was the point I was making.
If you take care of it,
with you're as anal as I am with pretty much damn everything I take care of. That's just look. I recognize that. You pay as much attention to detail as I do. You make sure shit is working as best you can as I would. And so that's why I have no problem advertising your stuff, because I know, even though I haven't actually gotten your product yet, a big emphasis on yet, I will be getting one at one point. Sorry I haven't been able to do it sooner, but I will be. But I recognize that. You take care, you make sure your shit is good to go.
Yeah.
You make sure your consumers get what they ask for.
Yeah,
even more than they ask for.
I was on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and I think it was Ryan Stone that commented that he had a straight razor one time, and he had a bad first experience because he said it felt like a cheese grater on his face, and I'm like,
really?
That's not it. That's usually indicative of a razor that's not sharp. Like it shouldn't feel like a cheese grater.
Yeah, cheese grater does not resemble sharp at all.
It should. And I told him like it should properly honed razor that's sharp enough. It should glide across pretty effortlessly across your skin.
Even some of the blades I've gotten out of the box at Walmart, I mean, they're sharp enough where I could just cut a lot of things, without, basically, like you said, it's resistance. It's not a lot of resistance cutting things with them.
Right. Yeah,
and that's what you talk about cheese graters. Think of like things bouncing across it. A lot of chattering. I'm guessing. You don't want that with the blade, especially a straight razor, which, by the way, was used to sharpen. It was used to shave some of the most sensitive parts of a person's body, that being their fucking throat.
Yeah, actually though, like
you don't want to nick a fucking artery there. I'm just saying.
Well, hey, what the thing is though? What's ironic about that is that people are always like, "Oh, you're gonna get the razor around their neck." That's like one of the easiest places to shave because of the geometry of your neck it's basically long and relatively flat. That's actually one of the easiest parts of of that area to shave. The hard part that people usually cut themselves on, even seasoned razor users, is around their fucking nose and their chin, like that area between their chin and their lips. They usually cut themselves there the most often, and that's where they cut themselves the most. So it's around the contour areas, like the neck and the cheek area. That shit's easy because it's flat, But around the nose,
it kind of makes sense. I'm just thinking, like you've heard the thing of it. People grow like neck beards and stuff, and that was one of the reasons why, because they didn't want to cut that area because they were afraid that they were going to cut themselves.
The other thing too that people need to understand is that your skin is extremely elastic, and it takes you, it takes effort to cut yourself bad. I've nicked you'll get a nick or something like that, but with a straight razor, shit, you barely feel it. I've cut myself several times with a straight razor and didn't even know it until I started having a little bit of blood come out. But then you get you a piece of styptic pen or something, or a piece or an alum block, and just put it on that area for about 10 seconds, and it stops the bleeding. And you're fine.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, just get you an alum block, keep it in the bathroom next to the sink, and just fucking, if you cut yourself, just fucking put it on there. It'll burn a little bit, but you'll stop bleeding.
Yeah, by the way, here's one other thing I want to say, and I've got to get I'm gonna get out of here in a little bit. Again, you know what? This is coming from just what we were talking about before. A tough guy, an actual tough guy, and somebody who actually knows fucking combat. You hear how he's fucking talking? He's not talking like, dude, bro, like, come buy my fucking razor, like, it's for still chin zone. It's like, no, look, you may cut your skin or something, but like, it's okay. Like, the dude's real fucking. This is somebody who actually he's very. I want to point this out because a lot of people will not point this out. I just want to be one of the people who does it. I won't be doing this too often. I just want to do it now. Like, nah, real polite, real to the point. It's like, no, like, this is the reality, and this is what you might want to deal with, and all that other stuff. This is a guy who specialized in hand-to-hand combat in the fucking Marine Corps, by the way. Marine Corps, sorry. It's like, here you go. Here's my razor. Please, please buy this. I got this, and this available, and that's all. He's like, dude, bro, like, follow me for like Trump and all this other. He's not doing that. I just wanted to point that out. That's all I wanted to point out. I'm just saying. Again.
Well, I taught myself how to use a straight razor. It was just, if I can do it, you can do it. Guys have been doing it for decades and decades.
No, all I'm saying is, look how humble this guy is, just promoting his own fucking work and his own experience. This is a certified badass, and that's how he talks to people. I'm just saying. Okay, I talk a lot of shit, but that's my job, is to talk a lot of shit. Even, like, we've talked before. Do I talk a lot of shit to you unless I'm specifically trying to talk a lot of shit?
Yeah. It's all right, though.
I talk a lot of shit? I didn't know that. Okay. Well, okay, you know what? That's fair.
No,
I do talk.
I don't mind shit talking. That's what guys do. Man,
that's what guys do, but you know what I mean.
I grew up with 2 younger brothers, man. We were fucking horrible, and it's like.
No, but you know what I mean. That's the kind of dialogue, We're not each other's throats. Is what we're not trying to. None of us have anything to prove. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
A lot of people who, try to be badass, they have a lot to prove. People who have already proven things, they don't have a lot to prove, is what I'm saying.
But it's
That's all I
from
wanted to say.
it's from a position of insecurity.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. See, we have nothing to prove. Hey, you want to talk about how you're the badass, Grandmaster, or you're the Sith Lord of the fucking Navy SEAL team, or whatever. All right, I'm willing to sit down and say, if you have something to teach me, I'll fucking sit back and learn. That's cool. Hey, I'd love to learn more on how to be a badass. If you can teach me how to more be a badass, I'm willing to fucking learn. That's fucking great. I can always learn how to be more of a badass. That's great. As far as me trying to project that shit, I don't care. I already proved myself. I've already done enough. And so, whatever the fuck is going on out there, go right ahead. I'm just here to look. I'm just here to watch. As you see me on Twitter, unless I never get back on there again, I'll be doing it again if I am. I'm just here to eat popcorn. That's it.
Yeah, most
Right ahead.
guys that know shit, they don't put it out there.
At best, all he does is kind of tell you what we're qualified to do, and that's about it, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't brag about it. You just say it if you need to. If you need to qualify yourself, you just qualify yourself. Otherwise, you don't. Oh, that's just how I took it, All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and actually shower for once.
Thank God.
I've used up about half of my fucking streamer time.
Nice.
Who cares? All right, man. I'll talk to you guys later. Until I guess I'll end this properly. Until next time, stay ready, keep it tactical, and above all else, as per usual, be chaos, my friends.